It is, welcome everyone. It's 6:03 according to my, do I need to bang the gavel?
Yep, you might have to.
Yes. All right. It's magic. It is 6:02 and I would like to call the meeting to order and ask for an acceptance of the agenda.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Curran, second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, motion carries. Do we have any walk-ins tonight? Nobody's walking up, so we will go on to the report of the town administrator, Mr. Boudreau.
Good evening, thank you. A lot of stuff to cover, but I'll be as brief as possible. We are still finishing up the water main construction on Old Oak and Bucket. They're doing the services now. Yesterday they were connecting into 123 at the end. Today they were connecting into Maple Street. That project should be just about finished. The contractor started today down at Brook Street and Front Street, and they'll be working their way up Brook Street and starting that project. So there was some disruption on Front Street today, but they'll be getting off Front Street and moving up Brook Street to Tilden, a little bit down Tilden. And again, that work started this morning. So making progress on all the water projects that we have and moving along. The water demand keeps dropping down. We're at 1,267 million gallons per day, down from about 1.3 the previous week, so it keeps going down a little bit. The manganese levels in the reservoir are starting to drop, but they are still high enough to cause discolored water, so we ask people to let us know if that happens. The reservoir is at -3. The TAC factory is at +6 inches. We've lowered the reservoir actually on purpose to provide some capacity for us in case of rain events. We got almost an inch of rain in the last week, so we lowered the reservoir just to give us some room for this water when the winter storms and the fall storms come. The pilot study at the treatment plant should be finishing up in the next couple weeks. They brought in some new alternate equipment, and they'll be finishing that up. Then they'll go away. They'll come back in the winter time. They'll do the same studies on the water when it's cold, and from that we will get an idea of exactly what type of treatment plant we need to actually do Scituate's particular brand of water. So that is ongoing at this point. Last week, when we reported our COVID cases on Mondays, we didn't have the cases for the weekend. The state report was incomplete. We had 13 for last week. We have 17 this week. So we're in the teens. That's down from the 29 from the previous week. So the numbers are in the right direction, but they are kind of bouncing around. Our positivity rating over the past 14 days was 2.41, which is down slightly from the 2.52. Plymouth County's numbers are down, and the state numbers are down in terms of percent positivity. Those are all good. The federal government is issuing new guidance on Pfizer booster shots. We're waiting to actually get that. Aside from what I've seen on the news, once we get that, we'll pass that along. But right now, it is only for people who received the Pfizer vaccine. Again, we'll continue to say, we keep saying, if you're not vaccinated, please see a physician, talk to your physician, and if it's right for you, get the vaccine. The vaccine prevents serious illness and death, and it's very effective in those things. So what we're seeing right now is the cases in the hospital are people who generally aren't vaccinated. So if you want to keep yourself from getting severe COVID, please see a doctor about getting the COVID vaccination. First parish work is continuing. The sidewalk base coats are done. The base coat on the road is done. Right now we're waiting for Verizon to come back, do some work on one manhole cover, then they'll finish the sidewalk, they'll finish the road. You can see the new sidewalk that we've installed across from the senior center in front of the church going down to Central Park. That we think is going to be a great addition up there to make that pedestrian access across First Parish, so people don't have to walk around, go Beaver Dam, First Parish, and Cudworth. Once the Verizon comes in, the contractor will be back, we think, in short time to finish up the sidewalk and finish that paving. Stevenman Hockey Rink, we are at a point right now where we are waiting for the final coat, the surface coat to arrive. That is held up right now. It's coming from the same places in Texas that we get our thermoplastic paint for our road markings. Those are all delayed because of COVID and because of the ice storm that Texas had last year. Right now, the surface material is scheduled to be here next week. And then once that's done, that will finish up the majority of the work on the Stevenman Rink. And that was funded in part by the Community Preservation Committee and through donations to the Stevenman Fund. So that'll be really nice when it's done. The boards are up, the dashes are up, so if anybody has a chance, you go over, take a look. It looks really pretty good at this point. Widows Walk is ongoing. The building envelope is up, the roof is on. They're working inside on the plumbing, the wiring, and starting the walls. You really get an idea of what that's going to look like when it's done. The drainage work and the swales is going on in the parking lot. The parking lot has its base coat down. We are still on schedule right now for this fall. As soon as we get it done to the point where we have kitchen equipment in, then we can issue an RFP for someone to operate the kitchen in the spring. But we are on schedule to have that all done, ready to go, and open for golfers in the spring when the golf course opens. So if you get a look at it, it's really coming along. It looks pretty good right now. I know the golfers are very happy. We got a lot of good comments from the golfers. And just paving that parking lot, just putting on the base coat, really changes the appearance of the entire golf course. So that'll look really good when we get it finished. At the same time, if you get on the Hummerock, the living quarters are done in Hummerock in terms of framing and having the roof up and the windows in. They're working on the interior. The bay, apparatus bay, the roof trusses are up. The roof is going on, so we're in the process of closing that in. We are a little behind on that right now, but we are still scheduled to finish it by late this fall, get the truck off Fourth Cliff, and put in the apparatus bay before the winter comes. So I'll touch on it again. The new senior lunch program, lunch program is up and going. Monday through Thursday at noontime. It's $5. Really fantastic. I mean, if you get a chance, I urge the board to go up. It's exactly what you thought of when we built this, people coming and getting together, having a meal, and enjoying each other's company. The food's been great. The comments have been outstanding. Tomorrow is lasagna and spinach. Like I said, I'm not going to keep doing that, but tomorrow's lasagna and spinach. Everybody likes lasagna and spinach. Cedar Point, if you go up to Cedar Point, you'll see the road has all been ground up in preparation for paving. We still have a little bit of drainage work to do and some work on that traffic island when you go out to Cedar Point. Once we get that done, they'll do a base coat, do the final coat. That project has come out so well. Kevin's staff, the contractor, and our contracting engineer, EPG, have really done a fantastic job. And I think when it gets all done, it's really not only going to be very functional for us, but it's going to look fantastic. I think people are going to be very happy with the way that looks when it gets done. Just a reminder, the Coast Guard, the deadline for submitting comments against the potential closing of the Coast Guard station in Scituate is tomorrow. I left the board a copy of the letter that I put together that is being signed by the 8 coastal communities from Plymouth to Hull protesting the closure. In addition, Congressman Lynch has filed an amendment to the FY 2022 National Defense Authorization Act that would in effect ban the Coast Guard from closing that station. They would have to do some surveys and some studies, and they would have to prove that closing that station would not increase response times on the South Shore, which we know is impossible. So in effect, if that amendment gets adopted, it would prohibit the closing of the station. Congressman Lynch, Congressman Keating, and both our U.S. senators have been fantastic helps on this. Congressman Lynch is optimistic that we will prevail, but until we do, we're going to keep trying. So if anybody wishes, we did have a link on our website. The Chamber of Commerce has a link on their recent newsletter. Please get your comments in. They are due tomorrow, and we'll fight to keep that station open for the coming year. Finally, if you go outside, the entrance to the middle school, coming off First Parish on the right, you will see some extra stacking lanes that the schools have put to the right on the grass. We're experimenting with those right now to see if that extra stacking alleviates the backing up of traffic onto First Parish. So far in the first 2 days, the traffic has backed up to First Parish, but is not backed up on First Parish. So if this is working, then we'll put together an actual plan. The schools will put it together. It'll go through the planning board, and we'll make that permanent. But right now, it's just on the grass, so we'll only be running it on dry, sunny days. I don't think we'll be putting people on that in the rain. But so far, so good. We are still continually working on the high school, which is a separate issue. But the middle school was causing most of the problem with the backup on First Parish. And this seems to be working, so we'll keep an eye on it. And that's what I have at this point.
Good. Questions? Yes, Ms. Canfield.
Just a couple of questions. Do you know if there's been any pre-booking of events at Witherswell for the spring? Or is that even contemplated?
No, we haven't opened that yet.
Okay.
We haven't opened it.
And the other question is, I don't recall what the current thinking is on putting Brook Street, the Old Council of Aging, on the market. I know we talked about it.
I believe that'll be a topic that we'll talk about on Saturday.
Okay.
We had suggested putting it up for auction, but the board wanted to talk about other potential uses for that site as opposed to just selling it. So I think that'll be one of our discussion topics on Saturday.
That's why I don't remember. Thank
Right now, the contractor is using the parking lot of the back. The contractor who's working on Brook Street will use the parking lot to stage some of his equipment at night, so he doesn't have to drive it all over the place.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mr. Vignani.
None.
Ms. Carden.
Just one. Is this the second letter you sent to the Coast Guard, or it was, because I
We sent a
thought
letter,
we sent one earlier?
We sent the first one, that was a preliminary objection letter because we got very short notice on the closure of the comments.
Yep.
So we sent it in before the original close of comment period, and then there was an extension. So this is much more specific as to what's going on with a lot of the issues. And again, all my colleagues are signing it, and then a bunch of them are going to use that as a basis to do their own letters also.
Oh, good. Well, thank you. It's great. Thanks.
Mr. Goodrich?
Yeah, following up on that, so for the general public, they don't have to write, they're going to submit a comment. It can be very simple and easy, just please don't close down.
Yeah,
Right? They don't need to do a whole
There's a comment
essay.
box where you can just put comments, or there's a place where you can upload documents.
Right. I just want to use the opportunity, so any folks that do want to, they can do something very simple, like just say, please don't close it down. Any and all help will be helpful. Don't have to
I
be-
thought we needed to be a little more
Eloquent.
formal, but yeah, they can just click on, and there's a place where they can comment and upload the comments.
Good. Any questions out there? Just thought I'd offer the opportunity to ask the town administrator. No? All right, let's move on. Jim, the town and the finance department have received a financial excellence award. Perhaps you'd like to tell us about it?
So you have a copy in your packet, the Government Finance Officers Association. We are pleased to notify you that your comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2020 qualifies for GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellent in Financial Reporting. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in government accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents a significant accomplishment by a government and its management. This is the 7th consecutive year the town has received this. All the credit goes to Nancy and to Pam and to Joe DeVito down the hall. Joe's in a meeting. The financial team, it is a tremendous amount of work. They do a fantastic job. A lot of towns would like to get this and they can't. So I thought it'd be correct for the board to recognize the hard work of the financial team in getting this, because not everybody can get it.
We're very proud of our team.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I just want to say thank you because I can just remember for years and years before this team was here, so much criticism that we had for our fiscal responsibility. So such great work. So just want to say thank you.
Appreciate it. So, on to the next item, Special Town Meeting Article 6, which is the Community Preservation Act article, and that Dan Fennelly is chair, and I see him here, if he would come up.
Oh, that got scratched. Did you? Here's today's is here.
Welcome, Dan.
Thank you.
CPC is busy as usual.
Pardon me?
CPC is busy as usual.
Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving the committee the opportunity to present to you tonight. And we will be presenting to the advisory committee on Thursday night. And we called a special meeting for next Monday to finish up some of the odds and ends, loose ends that we have still yet to vote on. And I'll go through that when I get further into the presentation. I hope you got the package I sent out, okay? I just want to summarize some of the things as far as the finances that the committee has, that CPC has from the town, and go through the projects that we have on the table for the town meeting, and accept any questions from you or anybody in the room. The first thing I wanted to point out was last year we received $530,000 from the state in matching funds. And the one thing I wanted to highlight was, if you look at the total over the years, the town of Scituate has received $8.9 million. So we'll go over $9 million when we get the matching funds for this year. And I think that's a testament to the town of Scituate in supporting the program, and the state in increasing some of the revenue that they've collected for the CPC program. And you can see by the chart on the first page that it had gone down significantly over the years as more and more towns came on. But one of the things the CPA and the legislator did was change some of the way they collected the money, so they're actually collecting more money and more money going back to the towns.
great.
So you can see we went up to about 530,000 last year, and I expect, we're anticipating about the same, maybe more for this year. As far as the finances go, we currently have about $4 million in the 4 categories that CPC takes care of. The Historic Reserve, the Open Space Reserve, Community Housing Reserve, and then the undesignated fund balance. And you can see the totals there, about 580,000 in historic, 760,000 in open space, 704,000 in community housing, and the undesignated fund balance is $1.8 million. The undesignated fund balance, for those who don't know, is typically used for recreation, and it can also be used for the other 3 categories if you don't want to take the money out of what's reserved specifically for those categories. And usually what the town of Scituate does is spend what the anticipated revenues are first, and then draw from those, I call them buckets, draw from those 3 buckets to complete the projects. Right now, we have 7 projects that we're considering to bring to the town meeting. 5 we have voted on, 2 we have not voted on. We've had quite a few meetings about the 2 we haven't voted on, and hopefully we can finish vetting those 2 applications next Monday, and hopefully get a vote on them for the town meeting in October. And I'll go through the projects. One change that we did have was we got a revised application for the Border Street land acquisition project, and I'll go into detail when we get to that specific project. If we go through the projects, the first one I would talk about is the Bayley Ellis House renovation. And that's, they're asking for $8,000. This is the Scituate Arts Association. They've been restoring the Bayley Ellis House since probably before 2013, but have been using CPC funds since 2013. I think they've done a great job at what they've been doing. They've had continuing damage from heavy rains, and the interior perimeter and basement is now wet, and the moisture is going into the house and causing some problems with the ceilings inside the common areas of the house. It was originally proposed to install some drainage, but it wasn't implemented because they had cost overruns in the first phase of the project. So they're asking for another $8,000 to basically complete that project and take the original project and finish it out so they can get the drainage in the basement to a point where it won't be affecting the house. They're also going to be installing 4 rain barrels into the exterior drainage system to collect water for use, so they can use that in the gardens and outdoor watering needs for the house. CPC voted unanimously to approve the project. Well, if there are any questions on this project?
No question, but I'd like people to know that the town actually owns that building. And so we are not investing in something that we don't own in this particular instance. I think they rent it from us for like $1 a year or something. And the Arts Association is a very good steward of the building over the years and has made a lot of improvements on their own as well.
Yes.
So this is a continuing to keep this historic asset in good repair.
For the town, yes. And the Arts Association has, I think, have done a great job in keeping that building up or getting that building to the place where it is today, because it
Yes.
was in somewhat disrepair quite a few years ago.
It
from
was
the
in a
pictures
haunted
that I've
house
seen.
movie once, that's how bad it was.
Okay. The second project is the Appleton Community Garden. And this project is to provide funding for the startup cost of the garden on the Appleton Field. For those of you who don't know, the Appleton Field is out off of Clapp Road in the West End. And what they're looking to do is install permanent fencing and install ADA compliant paths as well as raised garden beds for the garden, so handicapped people can access the garden as well. The project will allow citizens to grow their own organic produce, donate food to the Scituate Food Pantry, create an outdoor recreation opportunities focused on gardening and ecology, and create a hands-on learning space for citizens in town. Very similar to the other garden, there's actually a second project in what they're trying to do. This is a fairly new community garden that's being put up, and they're looking to put the fencing in to protect the area from animals that are coming out of the woods, et cetera. What they're looking for is about $42,000 for fence procurement and installation, $3,000 for wheelchair accessible garden plots, and $1,000 for accessible pathway construction. And this would complete the project that was started quite a few years ago, several years ago, including putting access for cars and parking in that area, which was completed last year, I believe. And CPC did vote unanimously for that request. Any questions?
The only thing I mentioned, I think they only got one quote for the fence. Is
Right
it?
now, yes.
Yeah, so
Yes,
they'll reach out to other vendors to.
yes. And they'll go through the process of multiple quotes, and they did build some contingencies in, or anticipate some contingencies, so hopefully they won't run over budget and the money that they've asked for. The second community garden, I'm sorry?
One more question.
Sure.
Just, Dan, thank you. The applicant is recreation undesignated. Now, there was a group, was there a formal group put together that's doing this sort of management, or how are they, is it the same?
Basically, the Conservation Commission.
It is okay,
Yeah,
great, thank you.
okay. Any other questions on this?
No.
Okay. The third project is a Teak Sherman Community Garden. It's an existing garden off of First Parish Road, down off of 3A, right across the street here. The application is sponsored by a group called the Sustainable Scituate, and it's basically to improve the existing garden and provide handicap parking and access to the garden. The proposal includes installing a permanent fence, again, around the garden, which is about $30,000, $4,500 for landscaping, tree and vegetation removal. They do have to, or looking at removing some trees and some of the vegetation to provide more sun to the garden. Preparation for the accessible parking from First Parish Road. The intent is to take the entrance on First Parish Road and put a handicap parking spot there, and then access into the garden so people handicapped can get into the garden from First Parish Road. There's also $1,000 for replacement of a yard hydrant, $2,500 to rebuild the bridge that's actually on the path over to Chief Justice Cushing Highway, and they put a 15% contingency into the project to get to the $52,000. It will improve the existing garden and allow for expansion of the garden, and I think importantly, will provide ADA access to the site. And the CPC voted unanimously to approve this project.
That's a good question.
Sure.
Dan, thanks. That's not a tough corner. Did traffic rules look at the access for ADA to go into where it is? Where they're planning off of First Parish into Teak Garden, do you know?
Well, it's just I'm not sure, but what they're trying to do is just basically take the entrance that's there right now and put a parking, market handicap, so it's only used for handicap parking. It'd only be one spot, and then have access into the garden from that area.
Where's everybody else parked? Do they park over off of 3A?
They park there.
There's a parking lot off of
They do?
3A that has
just-
a
That's
path.
where most of them go?
Yeah, you
Got it. That's what I
can't
thought.
see
Okay.
it.
Yes.
That's why I was thinking the one off of First Parish might be tough.
So that parking lot is a little, quite a bit further away, and runs through the woods, actually goes over a stream, which is one of the things they're trying to repair, is the bridge that goes over the stream there.
Okay.
But that's where the majority of the parking is, and I think there's probably room for 10 or 15 cars in that area.
Okay, that's what I thought. they
But this
were
would
there.
be specifically for handicap and marked for handicap parking.
Okay. I just would, I would just recommend making sure our traffic rules guys take a look at it, just because it's on a tough corner, that's all.
I have not reached out to them, but
Yeah, that's all.
Any other questions on this project? The fourth project is for the Scituate Town Archives. They requested $10,000 to fund digitizing and preserving some historic Scituate documents. They have 11,000 death records from 1877 to 2002, 9,500 marriage records from 1848 to 1997, and specifically this is to get those digitized and preserved where they're currently stored in the basement of Town Hall, and the anticipation is that longevity wouldn't be very long if they remain there. So they're trying to take, over time, what they're trying to do is take the paper, the video, any other media that might be difficult to preserve and digitize that for the town, so we have a permanent record of it and can maintain those type of records without them being destroyed by time.
Does that also make it more accessible to people to do online searching?
I don't think that will be the plan. You're gonna have to ask Kathy about that.
All right, so the idea is simply to preserve the documents digitally, but not necessarily have them able to be accessed online.
Currently, that's what this is for, yes. But
Maybe a project for another day.
I will say, it would make it easier down the road if that was a project that somebody would take on.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Tony?
Well, I just want to, Dan, did you say 10,000 or 25,000?
$10,000.
10.
So it was the whole, in our article, it says 25, right?
The original was 25, I didn't get estimates for everything, so it's not just 10.
Okay. Great, our documents just say. Thanks, Ed.
The fifth project that was currently brought to us was the preservation of Patrick O'Keefe's Gaelic English Journal. And apparently this is a quite unique journal. It's an 80-page journal that was written or developed by Patrick O'Keefe. The Scituate Historic Society has it right now. It's currently on display in the Historical Society and has been deemed by experts as historic value. They're only asking for $2,100 to basically try and preserve the document itself, provide a provide a box for the document, repair it if necessary, and digitize the journal itself. And it's considered an important artifact for the Irish Heritage Trail and has been of interest to scholars both in the United States and in Ireland. So the cost was $2,400 to preserve the 80-page book, and they've asked CPC to fund $2,100 out of that $2,400.
Questions?
Questions?
All right, I will ask. I think maybe Tony's thinking back. We did have a situation with a map that was brought to us that we
Yes.
thought was rare and very valuable, and
Yes.
come to find out, it was not.
Yes, and that was one of the questions we went through and had them back quite a few times for this small amount of money, because we wanted to make sure that it was deemed of value and we weren't spending more money than it was actually valued at. So,
We do learn our lessons sometimes.
yes.
All right, good, thank you. Anyone
So
else?
thank you for that previous experience.
Yes. Happy to have been there.
Any questions on that? No? Okay, I'll keep moving. The next one, so the next two projects have not been voted on by CPC. We're expecting to vote on them on a meeting on Monday, the 27th. And we have had these in front of the committee for at least 3 times, and I think in the case of the second project, more than 3 times, to have discussions and try and get the details that we need to vote on this or not vote on it. So Scituate Little League initiated a proposal for a 90-foot baseball field. And for those of you who don't know, when the high school project was the high school field project was started. It was determined not to replace what was called the JV baseball field at the time. So that field was essentially replaced with the girls varsity softball field. And the boys JV baseball field was not rebuilt, let's say. This leaves about 150 players, including the 3 high school teams, Little League teams, Legion teams, and adult baseball teams, with one field to practice and play on. And for those in the audience who don't know, there is a 60-foot field which Little League 12 and under plays on, and a 90-foot field which 13-year-olds and over play on, including Major League Baseball. Currently, Scituate has one field right now that's 90 feet long, which means all those players over 13 years old have one field to practice and play on, and it's been a very difficult scheduling problem for the high school as well as the other organizations that are using the field. In November of 2019, the Select Board voted to locate this field behind I'll call it the old gates or the recreation field. And also at the same time, our understanding was $400,000 was committed to the town by the Toll Brothers for recreation fields, and there was certainly a discussion about using that money for this 90-foot field. I don't think it's formally designated for the 90-foot field, which is why the application is for $600,000, but the intent of the application is to use whatever money can be had from that Toll Brothers money to reduce the cost to the town. And hopefully it would, if they get the whole $400,000, the cost to the town would be about $200,000 to build that field. I personally think it's important because I think it's a disservice to the players, the baseball players in town that are 13 years and older, that they're put in this situation for a couple of years, and I think we need to get it done. Whether or not we can get it done for this town meeting remains to be seen, and that's why we still haven't voted on it yet. There's still some details that do need to be worked out. But that's where we are right now. We have a proposal for the field. The town has determined the location of the field, which was in question for quite a while, and now it's just getting to the details of can we get this to a point where it's suitable to go to town meeting, or it's suitable for CPC to approve first and then go to town meeting. Any questions?
I'm sure there are no questions about this. Who would like to start? Anybody?
I don't have any questions because I've been at all the meetings, but the premise behind it is that there's already been seasons lost, and by delaying it, it'll probably lose at least one, if not two more seasons. So we have one 90-foot field in town that tries to meet the needs of many, many people. So in the spring, when baseball's played, the high school uses it the most because they have to practice and play their games there, and Little League really doesn't have a field to play on. There's been a lot of discussions with Recreation and with CPC on this project. There's only really two viable places in town right now, Central Field and behind Old Gates. It's been tossed around in terms of which one is better. Actually, Darren found that we had already voted on which one is. We could have saved a lot of discussion had we known that beforehand. But Recreation came through and they supported putting it at the Old Gates Field as well. A lot of the different user groups were at a lot of the meetings. They were really against using Central because that field's used for a lot of other sports. And by doing it at Old Gates, it would still leave a big piece of field where you could do other sports as well, closer to the school. The committee had some concerns. I mean, the plan is still in its kind of early stages. There's not schematics drawn up yet. There's really been no funding source, and frankly, there's really been no anyone leading the charge. Really, it got thrown in Little League's lap, and they kind of went with it at the last minute. But we've kind of, it's lacked kind of the team pushing it. So I think there were some good questions brought up. They're trying to get the answers to those questions for the next meeting to see if it's viable to get it done. The earlier we get it done, the earlier we can use the field. So I don't really have any questions other than I couldn't find anywhere that we voted on the use of that funds. The only thing that I will bring up is that at the meetings that we had, I mean, lacrosse was there, soccer was there, all these different groups were at these meetings, and they brought up the fact that we do have other fields that aren't really able to be used right now, like Cushing and Flannery. So we may want to consider, if CPC is going to support this project, doing some sort of joint field improvement with the Toll Brothers funds, where we give maybe $200,000 to Little League, CPC funds the rest, and take $200,000 and put it to, the problem fields, and see if we can get another field back online as well.
What's wrong with Flannery Field?
It doesn't. It
It just was never laid right? Okay.
And the grass is, I haven't been up to Cushing lately, but I don't know if the grass ever took up there. I know they put a whole new irrigation system in there, but
Thought so. Can I ask another question, Madam Chair? So the total estimated cost for this project, is it $600,000?
Yes.
Or is it $600,000 plus whatever is getting added in from the Toll Brothers Fund, which I don't even know what that balance is?
The estimate for the project, using that field, using that location, is $600,000, not $400,000 on top of that.
So the $600,000 is coming entirely from CPC?
minus
If
whatever
we-
we allocate.
Yeah, the way the application's written is to see if we would approve $600,000 for this project, with the understanding that for any of the $400,000 or all of the $400,000 could draw down that amount. The way CPC funds the projects is if the money's not used for the project, then it gets rescinded at a future meeting.
yep.
So
No,
that wouldn't be a problem for CPC, but it's $600,000 was the estimate to build that field at the current location.
Okay. And then follow-up, is that the balance, 400,000? Okay. Okay.
And that field had been the high school baseball field at one point, had it not?
My understanding, yeah, well, there's a Little League field on the interior of that field right now. There's a 60-foot field there now, and my understanding from J.L. Murphy was that used to be the high school varsity field back in the 60s and probably early 70s.
And there are
I have
no,
pictures of him playing there.
well, I bet you do. And there are no plans to light that field?
Pardon me?
No plans to light that field?
None at all, no.
Thank you.
The one comment I would make, the dilemma I think we had and the town had was wherever you put the field on if you put the field on an existing field, which would be the least expensive way of doing this, it's going to affect some programs. If you put it in Central, it'll affect programs there. If you put it behind Gates, the old Gates, it'll affect programs there. So what we were looking for was what's the least impact to the programs, to the youth in the town that are using those fields. And again, I was determined this was the place to put it right now.
Andrew?
It's my understanding too, it's still going to become a multi-use field. Nothing gets impacted. There's no, you're not cutting
No
off
permanent
half
fence.
the field with a new fence. So
Right.
you still can do lacrosse and other sorts of activities.
Yes.
On the other, right.
So
Just
the-
oriented differently because
The intention is to put the infield there, and as they do with the fields at the softball and baseball fields at the high school, you can use the outfield areas for other sports, multi-use sports, soccer, lacrosse, etc. So yes, there wasn't an intention to put up permanent fencing that would limit that
Right.
access to the rest of the open area there.
Yep.
And our capable field coordinator would be the one scheduling that field as well as all the other fields?
That would be their challenge, yes.
Yes, okay.
The quote does include netting, though, high netting to protect the cars and the buildings and
That was
the
going to be my
houses.
question. If they don't have a schematic, how do they know that the top line is $600,000?
We went to Mark Novak and had him review it
Give it?
and
Okay.
give it to us, but he didn't have enough time or the funding yet to do the schematics and drawings that we wanted.
So he based a lot of the costs off what we were spending over
Yeah.
here, because we just did it, so, and then he put a factor in.
Okay.
The field would actually flip from where the home plate is now, home plate would be over closer to the Historic Society going that way, if I recall correctly.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that there's enough funds, because honestly, to the point that you just brought up, if we can't take care of our existing fields, we're going to have a hard time spending money to create another field. So I think we've got to take care of Flannery as well with some of those funds. So I just want to make sure you have enough money in the CPC article.
Again, we asked Mark Novak, his company's the one who built the high school fields, and he's built other baseball fields in the area, so his company does have experience and knows the location. He's actually a Scituate resident,
Yeah.
knows the location that we were talking about. We talked to him about this back 3 years ago when we were doing the high school project at the time. And so he's familiar with the area and what it would take to put a field in that area. And it's very different than trying to build a brand-new field, cut trees down and level the area. This is already an area that's level for playing on.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the area or any of that. Just-
Ms. Canfield?
Yeah, I think you guys have covered most of it. The only thing that, obviously, they haven't voted, so I presume we're not voting on this until after they finish their review. But would it make sense for, prior to our consideration, should it go forward, to vote on the distribution of the toll money? I think that Tony points out we need to have a discussion about that, about the best use of those funds, and get a recommendation of Nancy's. Because if we take it to town meeting, I think we owe it to the residents to tell them what we're willing to offset those costs with, so they know how much is coming out of the CPC funds.
The board had already said to use it as the baseball field there, but it would have been the baseball field where it is. But the left field porch is too short now with the new Council on Aging parking. But I'll pull the minutes, it was back in 2019.
Okay. I know we voted to accept the money from the toll rather than do a field.
You voted to
there.
use it on
And
a
we did
baseball
okay.
field,
Okay.
the
Yeah,
okay,
you can
yeah.
check that.
Yep.
I agree with you. I don't know that we do it tonight, but I think before town
Before.
meeting.
Oh, yeah, we can't
Yeah.
tonight. We don't have the.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would
The
be
only
nice.
other thing I'll add is one of the concerns that was brought up at CPC was the parking in that area for the use of that land, with the food pantry in there and any future use of the old Gate School. So that's one thing that we have to take into consideration. There's a lot of stuff that goes on there right now. With the food pantry there, there's still soccer games and lacrosse, and everybody's up there, but that was one thing that they brought up as well.
Has Maura Glancy brought up any concerns with,
She did not, those are mostly from the CPC.
okay.
The Rec Commission and the, and Maura all supported it at that school,
Going
at that
in.
site.
Yes, and the Rec Commission has voted to support that location as well and support the construction of the field.
Anybody? No? All right, next up?
Okay,
So what are you looking for from us on the two that you haven't decided on yet tonight?
There's another one.
No, the two that the one we just talked about in the next one.
Yes.
What are you looking for from us for those two? Are you looking for any guidance or any comments from us?
It would be nice to know if the 400,000 was going to be applied to this project or not. I can't, and it would, personally, it would be helpful to get this school involved. As you said in the beginning of this discussion about this field, Little League has kind of been put on a hot seat, if you will, and has put forth the application for this. However, I don't think they should be the organization that's in charge of running this project, of project managing, et cetera, all the details that go along with it. Something that was very successful 2 or 3 years ago was the high school and the rec department jointly working on the high school fields project. And it had involvement from the athletic director as well as the director of the rec department. And I think something like that would be appropriate here, or something similar to that. And I don't know if you can help make that happen. I don't think CPC is in a position to try and drive that. But I do think you might be able to put a good word in to see if that can take place.
I think you could actually turn around and say hello to Mr. Burkhead, the superintendent. I think he can consider himself served as the, we need your help, we all need your help to make this happen. I think we'd all like to have it happen. And that's just me editorializing, but thank you for keeping this moving. Tony especially, been working hard to keep it going.
And the joint high school and rec department was I thought a great teaming for that project. As you can see, it was a very successful project, got done on time, and I think it's a beautiful addition to the school.
So again, CPC is going to vote on Monday. They weren't in favor of it on last time. Is there anything you need from us to bring back to that group? Or, I mean, we're not going to give you a dollar amount tonight, but I think it's pretty safe to say that maybe some allocation of that will go to that.
Not that I can think of. The only thing that, again, the big thing that's up in the air is how much money out of that 600 may come from another source. And, if need be, we can postpone this till April. If we can't vet it in time and have the board think it's fully qualified to go forward to put it up for, approve it for the town meeting. I'd hate to see that happen, but if we have to, we will.
I think if you put up money to do all the design work, the permitting, the bidding, short of the construction, it doesn't really change your timeline as to when you would do it, because of when town meeting is and how long it would take. Still got to survey it, you have to have the community meetings, it has to be laid out, the bid documents have to be done. So, I mean, I can give you a timeline on kind of what that would look like. Roughly, it would put you into town meeting in April anyways. I mean, you're not going to get started in the fall, in the spring. Just the time doesn't work out because of public bidding needs. So rather than just, if you're not sure, I wouldn't not fund anything. I would at least fund the design and all that work. We can get that all done and actually have it bid in hand for Springtown meeting, and your construction timeline would be about the same. Do the construction either in the summer or the fall, depending upon when you wanted to start it. And then if you use sod, it's a 2 to 3 month take period. So I wouldn't want to just completely put it off until the spring, because then that's going to put you into next year and maybe not being ready for 2023 baseball. Whereas if you fund design, again, all the way up to having it bid, you'd be ready potentially in the fall to do something on it, but definitely for the spring of 2023.
Jim, if we put it into the special town meeting section of the annual town meeting, could the funds be available the next day to begin the bidding? So we wouldn't have to wait until July 1? All right.
Well, could I ask a question?
Sure.
If the board does vote for the $400,000 quote Toll Brother money, would that be immediately available? Because that would certainly be enough money to do a design
We could use
and
that.
a survey and get everything ready to be shovel ready, if you will.
That's
could.
a good idea.
So that would be a possibility, to use that money to get started on the project?
So,
Right, or we could, it's $60,000-$70,000 for design and engineering, we could allocate that. Which I don't think, when you're done talking, I
Yeah.
don't think we need to go to town meeting for approval of that because the money's been accepted, right?
I don't know the answer to that, so
Okay.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Okay.
Well, we'll leave that
Okay.
for us to figure out.
Last project.
One sec.
I'm looking at someone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you like to identify yourself?
Darren Campbell, 57 Acorn Street, the lead president. I just wanted to clarify, first of all, Mr. Bidwell's point. Obviously, we would like to at least fund the design and survey anything we can get started on if we can't get the entire field cost approved. However, I wanted to clarify that the $600,000 should be considered a not to exceed. It was as Mark Novak admitted, very high level, rough order of magnitude for the field itself, which was $447K. Then there were some exclusions, things like accessible access to the team areas, a walking path around the facility to replace the use of the track that people enjoy today. A few other things that he has costed for us now that still come in well under the 600. It's very unlikely to cost 600,000, probably close to 500.
Cross our fingers on that. Thank you. Anyone else? Nope. All right, next
Okay, the
project.
last project is a land acquisition on Border Street. And the information I sent you was updated today. We received an application, a revised application this afternoon, and the request from the Gulf Association to CPCs for $2 million, and with them funding the $350,000, where the total price of the property is not to exceed $2.35 million. So that's really the only change, I think, to the document I gave you. That showed the original application was put in for $1 million. Now it's $2 million. And this is basically the Gulf Association, to go through the whole thing, has applied to acquire the what's called the East Field, a portion of the Bleakley property, which is 17.8 acres along Border Street on the east-north side of Border Street. The property has been valued at $2.35 million. That has been accepted by the town, and the acquisition is to protect and preserve this property. A lot of feedback from townspeople. We've probably received, upwards of 50 to 100, well, I'd say 70 to 80 letters of support for this project. The parcel is comprised of an open field with wooded area behind it, and if it was acquired through using CPC money, we would put a conservation restriction on it and use it for passive recreation if we could. And basically that's it. One thing I do need to mention is we had a letter from the buyer, I believe you were copied on that as well, that is proposing to build 6 houses, and as part of the revised proposal is to put a parking area and access to the wooded area behind the property for recreational purposes being walking paths and things like that. So that's what's on the table right now. We have not voted on this. We have had quite a few discussions. We have gone back and forth about the amounts of money being involved and what CPC can and can't do. And we could conceivably go to the $2.35 million, not to exceed that. That is acceptable to the CPA folks in Boston after some discussions back and forth. And where we stand right now is we will need to look at any further questions and vote on it in Monday's meeting.
And we have enough money in CPC to do this in cash.
We do. It would be a strain, as I showed you on the first slide. We have about $4 million to use globally. If you look at open space, there was $670,000, and undesignated funds totaled about I forgot the number now. I'd have to look it up. The undesignated fund currently is $1.8 million, and we are anticipating receipts for 2022 of $980,000. So yes, we do have enough money. It would be a big dent in that money, but we do have the money to purchase the property.
But this proposal does not include access to the property, which we know in the past we have had to spend money
Yes.
to create parking access to enable people to be able to use the properties. We do have a piece of conservation property in back of this piece of property, but it's not connected.
That's correct.
And that property, there is really no access to as well. So I'm just going to put out there that we know it costs $100,000 to $400,000 to provide access to parcels of property. So I think that we need to consider that if we buy this piece of property, I assume we'll want to provide access. And if you go down that street, at least from the Scituate end, there's nowhere for you to park. So I just like everyone to consider that if we do buy this as open space, that it would be nice if we could provide access, but that access will cost us extra money.
Yes, that's true. There's also discussions going on with the property owner of the property in between this property and the Hubble Conservation property that's already owned by the town, to provide some kind of access between the two. There is a discussion going on there, but you are correct. There would need to be some parking and some trails, and the costs associated with that. There would be a little small cost of the conservation restriction and closing costs that would be part of the acquisition as well. That's in the $10,000 range. That's not in the $100,000 range. Parking can be, as you know, anywhere from $100,000 up for a parking lot, believe it or not. That's the price. So yes, it would be additional cost to provide access to that property.
Can I ask one question before we get into the property?
Sure.
We're talking about the balances in the fund a lot. Can you remind everyone about the loan that we have outstanding and the balance of that?
The loan for the high school fields, there's, we're paying that down over 10 years. We rewrote it last year, I believe, and what we're paying is about $300,000 a year over the next 9 years now.
So, Nancy, what's the, just so when we say we have $2 million, we also have a debt of
Yes.
$3 million or $4, how much is it?
No, it's more than that.
Well, we can mention it on that, but I want to say the principal's about 1.9 because we got a large premium on it. It was part of our presentation at the last meeting, but I'll look it up real quick while we continue your discussion and get you that number.
Yeah, so, well, I don't need the exact number, but ballpark, there's a $2 million,
Yeah, I'd say principal-wise, yes. About
so
2 million.
probably $2.5 million worth of debt that
Yes,
the
correct.
CPC also has.
How is, just to follow up on that, how is that tracked on your ledger here? I mean, I'm sure Nancy tracks it, but is it baked into
It's
the
usually-
allocation every,
It's usually put into the annual town meeting budget, and that's drawn from the funds at the annual town meeting. We did that last year. The first year we did, I think, 2 payments, and then last year we did 1 payment.
So Maura, this does not, that chart does not include all the stuff that's already been removed. That's a separate accounting.
okay.
So this assumes that everything that's been approved in past is gone. It's on a different sheet. It's on
Yes.
it.
Gotcha.
But you'll see,
So that $300,000 is on another sheet with that fund?
It would come out of the
Annually.
estimated receipts annually.
Oh,
So
okay.
set aside
So this is
the debt
special,
service
so it's
and the
not a-
administrative, expenses.
that shows up on that sheet for the annual
You
meeting.
pull it out at the top. Got it. Okay.
Do we have to go to this at 7?
The
in that
follow-up,
way?
Yes,
for the
probably.
900,000
Yeah.
of receipts projected is prior to the debt service payment?
No, that's what's left.
That's the
It
net.
is- It started at the April town meeting about 2.2. And
Okay.
after the set-asides, the debt, the administrative expenses for fiscal '22 and the projects approved in the spring, that's what's left.
Okay.
For receipts.
And then, okay, the elephant in the room, where's the other $1 million coming from? My math, it says we're only up to 1.3, and we said the value is 2.3.
Well, yeah, well, next
So
year.
where's the other million
It
coming
would come
from?
from the undesignated fund.
So your committee's going to actually contemplate a $2 million investment?
Yes.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
All right, I'm sorry to do this, but we have a public hearing at 7 o'clock and it's 7:05, and we are, have to, I believe, Jim, we have to do it when we say we're going to do it. So, Dan, I'm not sure if the committee has more questions, if we could ask you to stay and come back after these 2 hearings are held?
Sure.
Would you mind?
Nope.
All right,
I'll just have to call my wife for dinner.
there you go.
Just tell her I heat it up for you.
And Chris, I hope you understand.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Don't go far. Was there backup from the, oh, it's not. So we're not talking about the Riverside tonight?
They
No,
couldn't come.
they're coming in
Oh, okay.
at a,
That's why I was-
at like October something. No, yeah. So this is a public hearing.
Hit that thing more times this year than I've hit in 15 years.
Now I'm going to use it all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask for your cooperation.
Just trying to read.
This is an important public hearing. It's a serious matter. And if you have to have a conversation, please go out of the room. Thank you. So we are here to discuss, vote a liquor license violation at the Mill Wharf. Bob Warner and Stephen Hill are here representing the Mill Wharf. Do you have an attorney with you, or?
I'm Michelle Wood.
Oh, okay, all right.
She's not an attorney.
I'm not a-
No, but you work there?
Yes.
Yes, all right. So, I've never done this before. Do we ask for the police department to present the,
Chief Thompson will present the facts of what happened. The Mill Wolf will respond, and then the board can debate and make a decision.
all right.
Mike, you want to just sit here if you want?
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you, Jim.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. So by way of a bit of background, over the course of the past month or so over the summer, we conducted a series of compliance checks throughout all of the on-site and off-site establishments throughout the community. There were two specific series done, one with a female and one with a male, both under the age of 21. Sergeant O'Brien is the alcohol licensing agent and conducted those operations. Unfortunately, he had a last-minute family matter come up tonight and wasn't able to be here, so you have me this evening. So in this specific case for the Mill Wharf, these compliance checks were put out through the Scituate Mariner on July 14th. It was posted that compliance checks would be happening. In this particular case, a 20-year-old underage male was used. His appearance was not altered. The underage male carried no identification on him while performing the checks. And he carried a $20 bill that was supplied to him by Sergeant O'Brien at the beginning of the compliance checks. In this particular case with the Mill Wharf, at about 12 o'clock on August 20th, this underage male entered the Mill Wharf at the instruction of Sergeant O'Brien, and approximately 10 minutes later, he observed the underage male exit. The underage male had gone into the Mill Wharf to the upstairs bar restaurant area. The bartender asked him what he would like, and he asked for a bottle of Bud Light beer. The underage male was not asked for identification. Once the beer was placed in front of the underage male, per the instructions of Sergeant O'Brien, he walked out, left the beer on the bar, and relayed the information of what had transpired to Sergeant O'Brien, who was outside.
Questions from the board?
Well,
Any?
maybe the Mill Wharf can
Well,
respond.
I just
Oh.
thought if
Oh,
there's a
for
question of the
facts.
chief, yes.
Sure.
So I had a question that, this was, people publicly knew this was going to happen, right?
Correct. So per the instructions of what we have to do, it was put out, and it was in the Mariner, published well in advance of the Scituate Police Department will be conducting alcohol compliance checks. So we have to make that public notification, so that was done. I will note that of all the establishments in town, there were 3 that did not pass the compliance checks. So on the positive note, all of the other establishments that we went into where these operations were conducted, each of the other establishments passed without issue.
Do you have a ballpark figure how many that would be? Is it,
So just looking at and talking to Sergeant O'Brien, I mean, we're looking at, I would say it's probably about 16
okay,
establishments. So that didn't include the private clubs, but the public establishments on-site and off-site.
thank you. Any other questions of the chief?
Nope.
All right. Ladies, gentlemen?
I was working, and it's embarrassing.
Can
for a
we
number of
have a
reasons.
record who's speaking?
I'm sorry.
Thank
Could
you.
you state your name for the record, please?
Bob Warner, owner,
Mill Wharf.
Mill Wharf.
Thank you.
I was working and Sergeant O'Brien came up to me and said, I was in the kitchen actually, and someone said he wanted to see me. And I walked out and said, all he said was, you just served an underage person. And the embarrassing part for us is that the bartender that served them has worked at the Mill Wharf since the day we opened and has been TIPS certified like 4 times. Poor judgment of all people to do this. They would be the last person I would have thought that, and she did not ask him for an ID. So, you know, it was bad on us. We give you a little background as to what we try to do. We have staff meetings, and alcohol awareness and serving is always among the teaching and staff meetings, but we also do TIPS training, which I pay for. I buy all the books. I have Michelle trained 12 years ago to be an instructor in TIPS training. We have the videos, they have the classes, I have the people that give the dates of when they took the class, when it passed. A lot of these are out of date, and not to make any excuses, but we haven't done a TIPS training class since COVID. One of the issues the restaurant has right now is that we don't even have enough people to staff the place. I've got my upstairs closed 4 days a week, and to ask Michelle to be doing that is, you know, it's something we're going to have to do, find a time, get it done. But it, obviously it was a lack of judgment on her part, serving him, and I'm here to apologize and take my punishment, I guess.
Anyone else have anything to say here?
I have to agree with Bob. It was poor judgment.
You are for the record, please.
Stephen Hill, General Manager, Mill Wharf. Like you said, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. She's been with us from day one, certified over 6 times. Poor judgment on their part. And, you know, we deal with 175 employees every summer. But excuses aren't necessary.
Yeah, excuses don't matter. It's just one of those, of all people, for this to happen. If you have some college-age kid that's waiting tables, it's, you know, you have to pound it into them. You would think more than you do to your year-round regular employee that's been with you forever. So that's where we're at.
Does the board have any questions, comments?
A couple questions.
Ms. Canfield.
Thank you. Chief Thompson, these compliance, are you doing annually, twice a year? Is there a schedule?
We're doing them at least annually. We're looking them to do them more frequently. So in part, it comes down to being able to get candidates that can go out and be the underage hires for us. And COVID has definitely played an impact over the course of the past 1.5 years. So we're looking to increase them, but we also know too, from the standpoint of business owners, that COVID has made things difficult. But we'd like to make sure that we're educating and just putting a focus on the fact that doing the right thing here is just what we want people to be doing.
But this is not a new policy.
This is not.
Years and years.
Correct.
Yes,
Another question for Mr. Warner is, how long have you been operating this restaurant?
37 years.
37 years, and I believe in our backup, this was the first documented non-compliance. Is that accurate? Is everyone check?
According to your backup, they have no prior violations on the building, that's correct.
Yeah.
My comment is, obviously, this is a long-established business. There hasn't been problems before. It does not in any way diminish that this is still not something that we take lightly, which I'm sure you'll hear from my colleagues. I actually disagree with you a little bit. It concerns me more that somebody that is that well-trained and that well, that long of a track record made this mistake. Because it's almost
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, it's a shock.
That's what I was saying.
So that concerns me. I'm sure the chair will go over what our policies, and I'm sure you're aware what our policies are
Yep.
for infractions, but we have made them stronger in the last few years because the board does take this extremely seriously for all the reasons you already know. But, it's been a long streak of compliance, so it is a shame.
Yeah, this is a shame.
Mr. Vignani?
Sure, I can, we'll get into the whatever sort of violation we voted on a second ago, but, as Karen said, we've talked about these policies for almost as long as I've been on the board. We've changed them when Maura was a chair a couple of years ago, made them probably a little bit stricter and a little bit fairer. We thought there's a lot of new components to it. So, I don't have to tell you that we take it very seriously and we want to make sure that it, right. So I guess my question for your team is, so we had a violation, what are you going to do to make sure it doesn't happen again? What changes, it was a fluke night, it was probably your all-star bartender up there that you wouldn't expect it from.
It was
noontime.
It was noontime.
Oh, it was noontime, yeah.
It was one of the first people in the building.
Right.
And yeah, it wasn't like the place was crowded and there was no excuse.
Right. So what are the steps you're going to do so that, when Chief does it in 6 months again, there's no way
Right.
you're going to get caught?
I think what we have to do is get back to getting everyone that works for us be tip certified, which means they have to attend and take the class in order to work there, and they'll get their card, and so they have to go through the training. Michelle does the training. She has just purchased, I have document here somewhere of her buying, I don't know how many more books, and you have some, and we've set up a class already for next week to start again the tips training. It's training on our part, it's just something we've let go. Like I said, I can blame COVID, but it's not COVID's fault. We just didn't do it during that period, but COVID's we're open again and operating, so we have to operate like we used to before COVID. And so our goal will be to get all of the employees trained again and certified again. A lot of my employees that I have, these tips classes only last for 3 years. The certification only lasts for 3 years. And after that, they have to take the course again. So a number of these people, like this employee, has taken this class many times,
So you're going to do some training with your staff?
Yes.
Do you
Yes.
have the ID software where you scan the IDs?
No, we don't.
Is that something that you're considering getting, or is that something that?
I mean, we've talked about it. People have come in and tried to sell it to us. I mean, I'm sure it's a tool. I don't know how effective.
It's not effective to stop. I mean, what if you're bringing in your brother's ID? It's going to go through as a valid ID.
Well, hopefully you'll see that.
You gotta look at it,
first.
too.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just not foolproof by any means, and it's a $5,000 not foolproof system.
Or would have caught this guy?
Well, he wouldn't have had an ID.
Ask.
Right.
Well, then, wouldn't have caught him because he never asked.
Yeah. Yeah. You buy the machine and it stays in the closet, and they don't use it. I mean, that's kind of what happened here. This person
Yeah, I mean, if you're not
should
going
have
to
known.
implement, yeah, if you're
Should
not
have
going to
known.
implement it, and if that doesn't provoke you to ask for an ID and
Right.
scan the ID, I
But
mean,
that,
Stefan's right, some people are going to still slip through the cracks, but
we've, in the way we're set up, we have 2 floors there, and it can get very busy, and to have everyone get scanned through one machine would be,
No, I understand,
literally,
yeah.
when you're doing 370 to 425 dinners on a Saturday night, imagine how the waitresses are running around like with their heads cut off, and waiters, and to find the machine. I'm not sure it would work or not, but we'll look into it. We'll look into it. I think the more effective thing to do is to make sure the people are trained. And,
But isn't part of the training carding?
yes,
I was gonna say.
yes.
Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Michelle Wood. I'm the
Michelle
office
Wood.
manager at the Mill Wharf.
Thank you.
When you start working at the Mill Wharf, you receive a set of papers, just like when you start working anywhere. And in this documentation is information about IDing people and the other basic rules of alcohol service. So everybody gets and reads this information, and then they sign it, saying that they've read and they've understand it. So as Bob was saying, everyone should know and be well aware of our policies.
But ultimately, it's
Right.
your responsibility.
It is.
So it's,
You're absolutely right.
A couple questions. Yes.
Was any action taken with the employee as a result of the violation?
I mean,
I mean, I know it's a long time
I'm-
employee and,
I'm going to say we considered firing the employee, but after 37 years, that is a tough choice,
yep, I can imagine.
a really tough choice. Oh, believe me, she heard about it. Believe me.
Any dock and hours for
No,
temporarily?
I
No,
don't
so
even-
nothing has happened, nothing has taken place?
No, other than, just conversation.
Right. No, and I understand that you're very disturbed by it. My second question is, could you just tell me again, when was the last time the trainings were conducted? You said the certifications are good for 3 years. What was the last time? Because I know you had it there, but I forget what you said.
The last,
I have to give class every year in order for me to get my own certification.
Yep.
Last year I certified my son because we were a family group, so, and then I think the last
we had
time
a
I did
few
was
last year,
2019.
but you only had a few. It's the least we've ever had.
Right.
It was like
And
three.
does every employee go through it, or is it
Yes.
cyclical, like every 3 years the employee goes through it?
Well, if you've expired, then you have to
If
take
you're
it.
expired, you have to
Okay,
retake
so
it.
then my follow-up question is, what was the last year that the employee that violated was trained?
Like 2018, I think.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so she was within the training time.
No, she's
No,
expired
so
now.
it'd be 2017.
Yeah, 2017. She was expired, just, or whatever.
Okay.
Mr.
But
Goodrich?
again, that, like Karen said, of all people, it's almost like.
Oh, I understand.
It
I'm
should
just
be-
trying to,
It
like-
should be to her, you're preaching to the choir, when we're telling her about IDing.
Right.
She's been bartending there for 37 years, so,
I know. I
I
understand.
don't know.
Maybe this is a question for the chief, but have you, prior to this, have you gotten a lot of calls or seen a lot of action at the Mill Wharf, or is this?
This isn't something that we've had complaints about the Mill Wharf serving. I mean, I will say with the scanning devices, there are fake IDs out there. So, I understand too that at a table, you might not have necessarily the same type of crowd as somebody who's going up to a bar. But by the same token, somebody can present an ID that looks good, but these machines will catch
Yeah,
IDs that aren't valid. So it is that other step, but I think as the board has said it also, and this is a multi-step process to actually ensure that the people who are coming in are of age. So looking at the picture, actually asking for the ID, and then if you have the ability to validate the ID through one of the devices, then those are all steps that you can be taking to ensure that you're serving the right people.
Yeah, and I would add that our fax group has grants. I mean, we send a lot of new businesses down to the fax group. They don't have those anymore? Oh, when did that stop?
It was that one time. 7 years ago.
And they gave them all out? Okay,
Also, you require the package store license to have those.
to have it. I know, but I agree with the chief. I mean, I think it's an investment at least the bar, right, when people are walking up. I understand you're not gonna do everybody sitting at a table, I get that.
it's a logistics thing.
I understand.
Upstairs, downstairs, people coming in. If you're a nightclub, you got one entrance and everyone's walking in that way. We got people coming in 5 different doors, and seating, they go to the bar, they go to join someone at a table or whatnot. we'd be carrying the machine around with us, but I'm not sure how it would work. It might be good for certain days or certain circumstances.
Mr. Goodrich?
I'm not at all trying to minimize what happened. My question is trying to understand the environment that you're in. I mean, I've read stories in the paper all the time about restaurants and clients and the stress of COVID. It's so difficult. Customers yelling. What is it like operating a restaurant for the last 18 months? For the staff, looking at masks.
I mean, it's been obviously a whole different experience, and it was like after being there for 35 years, it's like almost we had to reopen a new business and attack it in a different way. So it's been difficult, but we've actually been very fortunate at the Mill Wharf. The town is bent over backwards to help us use outside seating, have a tent in the parking lot, have our walkways have tables, to allow us to have business. So, we've made it through. I'm not going to say we haven't, and we've been busy. So it's been okay. It's hard. I think the harder thing now is that a lot of people have left the workforce, and the people that are left, these guys are working all the time. I mean, I work myself, but I don't work as much as they do. They're there morning, noon, and night, and that's the hard part of the business right now. Yeah, it's been a strange world for everyone. I don't think it's any less for us than it's been for anyone else. Yeah.
Anyone else? Well, I think I speak for all of us. This is very sad that we're here.
Yeah, I agree. There are things that we do also in terms of, if you come to the Mill Wharf, and every server and every bartender knows, you can have 2 martinis, but that's it. You are done after that. We won't serve more than 2 martinis. And there are certain things we do in terms of, we always try to close earlier. We don't want the place to be overcrowded. We're not trying to run a nightclub and jam 10,000 people in there. We want to have a family-run business. All the families in town can come and feel comfortable, and it's not a place, hopefully, where people are screaming and yelling and there's really loud music, or, it's not a club. We're not a club, so we try to maintain that.
Well, I assume that you tell the employees that the consequences for these things is really serious.
Well, the liability
Yeah.
for them, for me, for Stefan, who's on the license, it's to all of us. God forbid that something happens. That would be the nightmare scenario. Underage gets in an accident or something. We all understand that, especially us. We've been there long enough. We understand it.
Well, any other comments? I will say that Ms. Canfield seems to think that I know this policy. It's a 5-page, single-space policy, and in fact, when I read it and reread it today, I'm slightly confused about why there are different types of violations. Maybe someone can explain that to me.
There are violations of the policy, and then there are violations relative to serving underage. So the board felt very strongly when we adopted this that underage serving was about the worst violation you could have, so they put in a separate set of potential penalties under the guidelines for underage. So that's why there's basically 2 sets of guidelines, one for any violation and a second set for serving under 21.
And this is a serving under 21 violation.
Serving under 21, your guidelines say, in determining the appropriate action in any given case, the board will consider all relevant factors, including the licensee's prior record, the nature of the offense, and other aggravating or mitigating circumstances. The following schedule of recommended discipline is a guideline intended to illustrate the range of disciplinary action that the board might impose for certain violations. The board is not limited by these guidelines and may impose greater or less discipline as it sees fit. And the recommendation for a first violation is a suspension of license up to 6 days to occur on Friday and Saturday night. So if you impose a 6-day suspension, it would be for 3 weekends. Again, you may go higher than that, you may go lower than that, you may choose to do nothing. These are guidelines, but that's what's in your policy.
If I can just ask Lorraine so just so we're clear, there's also, so the penalties are severe, right? But we did add that there's a 5-year kind of clock that we look at in terms of what number violation this is. So,
121 violations, yes.
Right.
3 years for other violations.
Page 80.
yeah. So, just clarify, there's been no violations by the Mill Wharf in the last 5 years.
To my knowledge, there have been no violations by the Mill Wharf in the last 5 years.
I don't recall you ever coming before us in the past. Either.
Yeah.
So, I think,
Did you have something to say?
No, I was just, sorry, showing you.
yeah, so I think, we kind of have the guidelines that we go from 0 to as much as 6 Friday and Saturday nights for this first violation. I have probably been the strongest speaker against this for the 15 years I've been doing this. And I think, I'm certainly against any serving of minors, as we all are, as everyone in the audience here is. So, I will say historically in the past, for first violations, that we have been more lenient than strong on people that, on their first offense. Sometimes I was the one vote against that, but so be it. The board has weighed in that way in the past. We all go to the Mill Wharf, and we all know what goes on there. And I mean, it's even stranger that it wasn't busy at noon. But so.
Just to add one thing. So you have 2 motions. The first is to determine if a liquor license violation occurred. And then the second motion would be to determine what your,
The penalty.
Penalty is.
Yeah.
And that's a very important distinction, because God forbid you're back here and not. Then there's a different conversation, obviously.
I'm just looking at town council, making sure you agree.
So do we all agree that there was a liquor violation?
We have to make a motion?
No, it was
Well-
just discussion. Yeah.
I think based on Chief Thompson's report that it's very clear that it was, and by their own admission, that it was
Yeah.
a terrible mistake in their view and a violation by our bylaws. So would you like a motion on that matter?
I would.
Move that the select board find that the liquor license violation occurred on Friday, August 20th, 2021 at the Mill Wharf Restaurant.
Second by Ms. Curran. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
5-0, motion carries.
And the second piece is much harder because, as Mr. Vignani says, and as you pointed out, we all live in this town, we've all lived in town a long time, and we know how you conduct the business. And I've seen people been asked to settle up their own lawn, and that speaks very well to the normal operation. I personally think that the maximum 6 days would be not warranted in this case, but I would honestly think that it would be the wrong message to how serious we are about this to excuse all violation, not to do anything. Is my personal, and I'd love to hear what you guys say about your thoughts on that.
I mean, I've been pretty strict on this as well, but I'm also taking into consideration that it's been 37 years, and you haven't been here, and also the hardship that the establishment is going under currently because of COVID to begin with. I would consider, maybe 3 days suspension, cutting it in half, just because of in light of COVID. And that's where my head is right now, because I do know that 6 days would be probably extremely difficult for the restaurant too. And it's an important business in town. And the only thing I will say is I am a little taken aback by your refusal, in my perception, to consider additional software in different points within your establishment. So that has left a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. Just one second.
It's not a
No.
refusal at
Well,
all.
a lot of.
It's not a logistically even,
But in my
It's-
mind,
it's
and
just-
I've worked in restaurants too, I've
Okay.
been a bartender, I've been a waitress,
All right.
I understand,
we'll
I've
agree
lived
to
it through my
disagree, I
thing.
guess.
Exactly,
Yeah.
so, but I'm the one up here making the decision on your penalty.
Sure, I understand,
So,
I
and I'm
understand.
trying to be reasonable, and my reasonable request is to consider a way in which you can work that in at your bars, if you will, upstairs, downstairs. I understand you're not gonna drag a machine around with your waitresses, I get that. But there are certain opportunities for people to give you false IDs at the bar, much easier to, often I would think, than sitting down. So that's where my head is at right now.
Anyone else?
I mean, I do concur that, again, once in 37 years it's pretty remarkable. And I'm with you. I think 6 days is, again, given the environment, I think it's too much, given the lack of evidence that it's a hot spot of terrible activity, that it's been 37 years. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that, when in doubt, let's go scan the ID. Fine. I've never worked in a restaurant. I've been a bartender. I'm surprised by that, but yeah, I guess I side on your sincerity that it's been an issue for you personally. But that's where I am.
Well, I have a question as to whether a 3-day suspension is allowable, because the policy seems to indicate that they're done in 2-day periods on a Friday night and a Saturday night.
You can see, it says impose greater or less
Or less
as it
than.
sees fit.
But when you read the violation, it says, suspension
6
of
days.
license up to 6 days on dates to occur on 3 weekend periods. Each 2-day period shall be a Friday and Saturday, continuing through 1 a.m. on the following Sunday. It seems to indicate that the penalty is a Friday night and a Saturday night, which is 2 nights. And then if you want to increase the penalty, you can go up to another 2 weekends. That's the way it reads.
I read it differently than that.
Yeah, so do I.
All right.
I read that we could say 0 days,
Yeah, we could.
and then up to 6 days. So if we said one night, I think the only thing is it can't be Monday night, it has to be Friday or Saturday.
I was just gonna
All
say, I
right.
think the
Okay.
intent was to,
That it's a weekend night.
exactly.
All right. In other words, it will hurt. Tuesday night doesn't hurt. All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I mean, I can chime in as well. I agree with Karen and Maura's thoughts. And I'm almost shocked to hear myself say this, but I think 3 days is too much, frankly. I was thinking more 1 or 2 days. I think they've had a clean record. I think we've got extenuating circumstances with the business community right now. I would like to see, I think those scanners can go in and be helpful at the 2 bars. I don't know if we can work that into the violation at all, and how you are attuned to trying that at least. In fact, I don't even know what they cost anymore, so it's hard for me to judge that, but maybe you can get back to us after you research that. And knowing that if it happened again, I mean, Chief says he's going to be doing these more frequently. If it were to happen again, then it's not once in 37 years. Then it's twice in 12 months, or twice in 18 months, and then it's a different story. So I think that that 3 days is on the higher end for what I would do.
I think we could make a motion to instruct the violator to research additional measures to protect against serving underage and let them do their homework. I don't think we can require them to get a new system. It's not, because that's not
Fair.
in our
No.
bylaws.
That's what I'm hearing, though, that
Yeah,
they,
but then it would be on record that we said seriously look into it.
I mean, I'm with you. I would support 1 or 2 days as well. I mean, 3 going into
Minimum.
3 is fine. I mean,
On one day.
I'm fine with 1 day.
One question, point of, I guess, order, is I don't think we define when that has to occur.
I think we do.
We do.
Date,
We do.
Yep.
We specify the date.
specify
Right
the
now,
date.
we'll come up with a day.
And
Okay.
when you look at the calendar, obviously this weekend is not soon enough, too soon. We would have to get stuff out. Given the board's comments about the nature of the restaurant business, I don't think you'd want to do it on Columbus Day weekend. So you're looking at probably the 15th or the 16th of October, which allows us time to get all the correct paperwork to them, and if they wish to appeal to ABCC.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question?
Of course.
What paperwork do you have to get to them
We have to send them formal notification of the
of the ruling?
suspension and all that stuff, yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
So it's all get drafted and set up, the limit, and all that, so.
Well, I'll make a motion if,
Yes, please.
I'll tell you what, let's try and work out the date first. So what day are we thinking about?
I was out the 15th or the 16th.
Friday and Saturday.
Friday the 15th or Saturday the 16th would be the 2 days. I mean, obviously, you really don't want to do it on Columbus Day weekend.
Do you have any promotions or anything either of those days that you're aware of? Anything?
Okay, let me find the motion. Do you have it? 56.
56, yeah.
Mr. Vignani, you're going to add to recommend to research the software?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I move that the Board of Selectmen, or excuse me, the Select Board vote to,
Suspend?
is that in here? Suspend the liquor license for the Mill Wharf for a period of 1 day on October 15th, 2021. They're all alcohol liquor license held by the Mill Wharf at 23 Mill Wharf Plaza in Scituate, Mass. for 1 day, as well as research the usage of,
This can't be a weekday?
it's Friday.
I know, I'm asking a question.
The policy says it has to be a Saturday.
Has to be a Friday or Saturday.
Friday or Saturday.
I thought it was the discretion of the board.
Policy, you still have discretion.
You still have discretion, right?
The last
Yes,
is,
whatever you like.
the board is limited to this guidance and may impose greater or less discipline as it sees fit. It was our intention I believe at the time, was that we wanted it to hurt.
Potentially,
It's a
it has to
violation.
be on a weekend, that's right.
Right.
But you are not bound by the policy. The policy even says
Right.
that you can do it however you like.
Right. Would anybody like to, before I finish the motion, change that date?
Appeal tomorrow.
As well as research the scanning system used for the IDs, and get back to us at some point in time on your status on that.
Do I hear a second? Second by Ms. Curran. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You're thinking? Are you still thinking?
So what is the date?
Aye.
15th is a Friday.
5-0?
Yes.
5-0, motion carries.
Good luck.
Now we have Mr. McGinnis, Village Market. Mr. McGinnis, could you
Good evening.
identify yourself?
Jim McGinnis, I'm the owner of the Village Market.
Thank you. And you are, sir?
Ray Peterson, the store manager.
Store manager. Chief?
So with the same background in place, in terms of notification to the public and the compliance checks, this is the same situation as with the Mill Wharf Restaurant. This was the same individual, was a 20-year-old underage male. On the same date, August 20th, in this case, shortly after 11 o'clock, under the direction of Sergeant O'Brien, the underage male entered the village market. Sergeant O'Brien observed the underage male enter the store, and approximately 5 minutes later, exit the store with a full shopping bag. The underage male entered the vehicle that Sergeant O'Brien was using for the checks and informed him that he was able to purchase his 6-pack of Bud Light beer within the establishment. The underage operative in this case explained that he approached the checkout area with the beer. The clerk did not ask him for identification, but did ask him for his date of birth. The underage male, at the direction of Sergeant O'Brien, had provided a false date of birth. That would make him 21 years old. The underage male purchased the beer and exited the store. He provided Sergeant O'Brien with a physical description of the clerk, and subsequently Sergeant O'Brien entered the store, spoke with Ray Peterson, who's the manager of the village market, explained the situation, and they identified the clerk in question. So I will add to this that subsequent to this, Sergeant O'Brien spoke with the Enforcement Division of ABCC with regards to the false identification. ABCC did indicate that procedurally they would have preferred that the operative at that point just exited and did not provide the false date of birth. But I will also say that we had information, and Sergeant O'Brien had firsthand that this was a common practice, that identification wouldn't be asked for, and he had witnessed that they would just, someone could verbally just say, my date of birth is. But I wanted to add that context too, as far as what ABCC had identified after the fact.
But my understanding is they're not supposed to do that, right? They're
Correct.
not supposed to give a false
Correct.
statement.
Correct.
And you do have the machines at the front.
We have the verification ID machine. We paid $6,500 for it, and we pay $65 a month to have it updated. Can I make comments about the report, or?
Yeah, sure.
My understanding is what happened is that the individual came in, tried to buy a 6-pack of beer. It was during Henri, it was a busy time, no excuses. He approached the cashier. The cashier asked if he had an ID, and the gentleman said, "It's in my car." And then the cashier asked for a birth date. And then she entered the birth date into the system, which won't work, and she sold him the beer, which horrifies me. Okay, it horrifies my sons who are here, who are very much part of the business. Ray, I've been up here before. Okay, I don't like being up here, and again, the circumstances of selling liquor to a minor would be catastrophic to my business, insurance, and who knows, if someone was killed, it'd even be worse, and someone getting in a car accident. It's a super priority with us. We emphasize it all the time. The employee that did this is a 45-year-old woman. She's a Scituate resident, has a small child. She's been with me for 15 years. She's one of my very best employees.
She's usually a stickler for the rules, too, usually.
And what got into her head that day to do that is just absolutely beyond me, and we can't believe it. We sat down with her, we wrote her up, she cried her eyes out. She offered to go ahead and resign. We said, no, don't quit, you need the job, I mean, and we need her too. And she bawled her eyes out, and we wrote her up and told her next time something like this happens, you know, disciplinary action will happen up to and including termination. Well, we thought about what else we can do, because Ray is certified in tips. We meet with the cashiers. When we hire a cashier, we go through the whole routine. All our under 18-year-olds know they need to call a manager or have another cashier who's over 18 to go ahead and serve, just not serve, but to let someone purchase alcohol. We emphasize it. It's in our handbook. And the only other thing we thought maybe that we could do is to go ahead once a month, refresh all our cashiers. So I have a form here that we're going to make with their paychecks, attached to their paychecks, once a month anyways. They read it, they have to sign it, and this is a reminder again of what the policy is. And our policy, if you want me to read it, I will. It's, all cashiers under the age of 18 are not allowed to process alcohol beverages through their registers. They must call a cashier or manager over 18 for the transaction to be processed. All cashiers and managers over the age of 18 are required to see a government ID identification. For any customer who looks under 40 years old, the identification then must be proven valid via the store identification scanner. Failure to comply with this will result in disciplinary action up to and including termination. And they have to sign this document. We'll do it once a month, and that way it's a refresher every single time to get through them. This is I hate saying this, but it's human error. And it's something that's not acceptable. It's not acceptable with us. We're fanatics on it. I have a full liquor store in the Hull store. We haven't had any violations in there. We've been open for 4 years, and that's full liquor in that store. We only have beer and wine in Scituate. And it's a priority. And, you know, I've worked the store, and I've seen guys come in that look like they're 35 years old, and they're buying, you know, 6 bottles of bourbon and this and that, and you don't have an ID? No, see you later. Out-of-state ID? See you later. Okay, and that's what we do. The money isn't worth it to us. We're not trying to make an extra dollar by selling to an underage person. It's the last thing in the world that we want to do. The last thing. And I, you know, I can't think of anything else. We bought the machine. We can't ID every single person. We just can't have that rule because we aggravate too many people. I mean, when you're 65 years old and you're buying a bottle of wine for dinner that night and you're asking them for an ID, they go crazy. So we came up with 40 years old. And if you look under 40, well, you got to have an ID or you're not buying it. And and again, I can't emphasize enough how upset we are over it. You know, I don't know what else to say, other than, sorry, but I know that isn't good enough.
Well, unfortunately, in this case, it was not a teenager who made the mistake, nor was it a new employee who made a mistake.
Correct.
It was a long-time 45-year-old woman. I understand people get aggravated when asked for an ID, but believe me, you get to an age when someone asks you for an ID, you're like, great, here you go. So that's just my 2 cents. Ms. Canfield, anything?
I would like clarification on the fact that it did not comply with the protocol. Are we, do we have the option of finding violation?
Yes.
Okay. Even if it wasn't with protocol? And
Council will kick me if I'm wrong, she's in that range, but yes, you can still find a violation.
because I'm reading the minutes from 2017 when you sat here before and said, quite honestly, almost exactly the same thing about, you know, there was same situation, same mistake was made in the protocol. And in my mind, even though that wasn't technically a violation, in my mind it is. This is the second time in that five-year, am I doing the math right?
Yep.
Yeah, not my strength. Within the 5-year window that we're concerned about. So it's unfortunate that you know, the protocol wasn't airtight, but you know, it's a concern. I just wanted to clarify that.
I'm Michael McGinnis' son. I'd just like to add something. It's my understanding that if the Scituate police do not adopt their own compliance guidelines checklist, that they then in that event it's moved to the ABCC checklist, which I was able to gather from the Associate General Counsel from the ABCC a week ago. And in that provision, the provision 10 of the checklist requires, and again, I'm not making any excuses, I am sick to my stomach this happened. I cannot believe it happened. I want to throw up. But I will state that I believe provision 10, we have it here, states that no false age should be given, which it is acknowledged that a false age was given. and then we also ask for ID. Both of those times, once that happens, the individual is supposed to exit the store. I just wanted to make a point of that did not happen, and my understanding, again, is that the lack of a compliance checklist from the Scituate Police, which I don't believe there is one. I did call and inquire. I was told that, to the best of the town's knowledge, that there isn't one, that the ABCC's guidelines would be adopted
That's what the chief reported.
in the essence of an appeal.
And that's what the chief reported, that it was not complying with number 10.
And then just from a conflicting standpoint, so the report that we have from the individual that went in is just in conflict with your folks. So I think we're readily saying the false date of birth was given, but the report was he was not at first asked for identification. So that part is in conflict, but in terms of, so I'm going off the report that I have here, the clerk did not ask him for identification, but did ask for his date of birth, which he gave verbally.
We do disagree with that. I did find out. He took it a step farther to say it was in my car.
Yeah, I mean, that was my question, was we have conflicting stories here. So I don't know, somebody spoke with him and they did a good detail of what happened on the report. Is there any indication that you would think that he left something out of his report?
No.
But they did ask him his age. He did.
You asked that again? I'm sorry. What was your question to Chief?
Well, the story of, from the store is that they said, "Do you have an ID?"
Right.
And that the person said, "No, I left it in my car." And the chief says that didn't occur. But they did ask him for his birthday, right? Because that's
Afterwards.
afterwards.
Because they had to put it in.
It's
It
kind of
was
the
busy
same.
with lines and so she took the
there
shot.
really is no afterwards, right? I mean, before you sold it to him, you asked him what his birthday was.
Correct.
Yeah, so, I mean, so there was some check in place. But it didn't catch. It's
Correct.
It's a bad mousetrap. So we've talked about this in the past. Can you explain to me how the scanner works? So I know you bought a scanner. You spent a lot of money for the scanner.
We do have one that's portable now. It's on an iPad. It's called Age ID, and you have to flip the license or the ID over, and it has a barcode on the back of it. You scan that barcode, and it tells you who the person is on the front of the ID, if they're old enough to buy cigarettes, and if they're old enough to buy beer. And
When you say now, when does now mean? When did that start?
We purchased, this is our second device.
we had to purchase another one because the first company we had us from went out of business, so we had to get another one.
But so you had it and the person just didn't use it?
Correct. Well, they just didn't have an ID. If they had an ID.
They would have put it in.
And they would have used it. They didn't have an ID. They should have had an ID.
So you're saying that the staff was prepared to scan the ID?
The iPad stays at the courtesy desk at all times, and you can move it from register to register to register to use if you have to.
Again, but you're claiming that had the person presented an ID, you would have scanned it. Do you do that for every person under the age of 40?
Yes, they're supposed to.
We do not. We're supposed to. We do.
I was going to say
we do not. We do it for any IDs that look fishy. We do it if a 22-year-old comes in and wants 3 30-packs of beer and everything about it feels bad. We absolutely do it then. Similar to what Mr. Warner said here, we do not cater to kids. This is not in the middle of summer on July 4th. If there's a kid with a carriage full of beer, we are hitting them in the aisle. Where's your ID? We do not want that business. We have no interest in that business.
So the story is, there's a lot, the two different stories are a big difference in how I view the case anyways. Either, first of all, we've talked about your system in the past. Anyone can say any date and plug it in. In fact, one of the prior ones, I think the person always plugged in the same date.
That's right.
Well, that's at the register, so there's two.
Okay, yeah, so explain to me.
The verification is a separate computer unit that gets updated remotely monthly. And then at the register, they'll take the ID and they have to punch in. I'm 62449.
Right.
Okay, they have to punch that in, and that allows you to purchase it. If you're buying cigarettes, same thing. You have to punch in the date, okay, and it'll say nope, too young, or not old enough.
So is that what occurred? Is that the check that the person at the,
That's what she did, yes, but the real check should have been, you have to have an ID.
right,
That's where she messed up. That's,
no, I understand that. So the question is, for me is, have your practices changed? Right, and you're using this scanning machine and this is a fluke, or have they not changed and you're still doing the same thing that happened in the past that we've talked about? Now that's just kind of what's going on in my head right now.
I think the issue here, again, I hate using it, okay, is human error, and bad judgment. And it all falls on me, and the license is under my name. We just have to reemphasize it more and more and more. And that's, again, getting back to this document that we have the cashier sign, we attach to their paycheck once a month, and that remind them again and continuously do it. Because I think we've tried to do everything in our power right now, and, like Bob said, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I mean, we're doing everything in our power to make this a priority, it's a mistake that happened, and again, she knew it was a mistake. She cried her eyes out. I mean, she was, all upset, again, wanted to resign. I mean, it was a bad situation. We felt bad. And we feel horrible that it happened. And there's no excuse for it. There's just no excuse. And it should never happen. Should never happen. Yes, we haven't had a violation in 5 years. I believe it's been 5 years. And I don't know how many times we've been tested on it. I know I've been in the house store several times where they've sent people in, and they don't have an ID, and see you later. I'm sure it's happened in the Scituate store within that 5 years. And I think that's why the ABC takes the attitude that every 5 years you get a clean slate, kind of. It depends on what the board views. But as far as the ABCC is concerned, every 5 years you start new again, okay, and you have a clean slate. And I'm not looking for a clean slate. I never, it'd be every 15 years we shouldn't have a violation. I mean, the one is the 37 years without having a violation is unbelievable. It's incredible. I mean,
Is it 5 years ABC, how the letters are, or is that the town policy?
Your policy.
That's our policy.
Yeah.
and I think the ABCC is 3.
It's neither here nor there. The town's policy is
So
fine.
the town policy is and we decided when we reviewed this that,
Well, I think, if I can interrupt a minute, is there a 5-year and a 3-year?
Yes.
So 5 years serving.
For under 21, which is
for-
what
for-
5 years, anybody under 21 that was served alcohol. The 3-year is any other liquor license violation.
Any other what?
Any other liquor license violation, according to the select board policy.
And what violations would that be?
I mean, I'd have to read it.
selling outside of hours, things like that.
People in the establishment after hours,
Right.
fight in the establishment, there's a whole bunch of
Okay.
things that would be violations.
Ms. Curran? Or Mr.
Go ahead with Andrew, I'm still reading
So-
some other things here.
Just a question on the person coming in, just the ability for identification. Were they wearing a mask or not? The person, no. I'm just curious because it's difficult for that. I guess just generally, I will say it's difficult for me when there's a lie, right? So you have the government telling a lie, and there's a lot of trust. And I have seen Village Market people getting the 5th degree of, where's your, what's going on. So I've seen the compliance with my own eyes of if you're going there, and I guess it just doesn't feel right when, and it also feels more natural to say, where's your ID, and then, okay, what's your date of birth? I actually tend to believe that would be a natural sort of way that you would interact. And either, whether it happened or not, I don't know, but if it didn't, oh, I don't have an ID, that's a lie. And then, what's your date of birth? That's a lie. I guess it just, that troubles me as a way for us to try to get compliance versus, oh, here's someone, here's an ID, or what's kind of happening. It just, to me, it seems like I don't like how that feels. It seems problematic.
If I may.
Ms. Curran is next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm troubled by the lack of the misrepresentation of age too. What's the appeal, what's their appeal opportunity, if you will? So if we were to institute a penalty, do they then have that opportunity to appeal because of that? Yeah.
They can appeal regardless.
Anyway, right.
The Alcoholic Beverage Control Commission, ABCC.
How long does that take?
I don't know at this
I
point.
believe it has to be done within 10 days.
Okay.
Their appeal has to be in 10 days.
Right.
How long it takes for ABCC to have a hearing, I don't know at this point. Any penalty that you impose is stayed pending hearing.
Gotcha. So it wouldn't be implemented anyway if they appealed it?
If you suspended the license, obviously you can't suspend it and have ABC overturn it because they don't get that business back. So
Right.
any penalty is stayed, ABCC has a hearing, they issue a ruling, and that's it.
Gotcha.
Well, if I can say, I don't understand how, if your policy is that anyone who looks under 40 has to have an ID, how he was able to buy when no 19-year-old looks 40.
I totally agree with you.
It's just sort of, I don't understand it. And it's, well, there you go, Jim. No, and I'm not making light of this, but I just feel like she violated your policy.
Yes.
And then on top of it, she's a longtime employee, which is really unfortunate. And that it just seems like there is a technicality going on here, but, given the fact you've been here before under somewhat similar circumstances is concerning to me. Karen?
That's exactly what I was going to say, is that your stated policy is your card under 40. So, yes, that's why they have that rule. You shouldn't lie, you should just do the check. But regardless, it was a gross oversight and not even consistent with your own policy. So I'm very much of the mind that, at the very least, that this be found as a violation based on what the report is, and that it's been the second time within the 5 years. Because I would like it on the record that, because the first that took 2017, it was not voted as a violation because of the same problem.
So that they have no violation.
So then they have no violation.
Right.
Because we voted that there wasn't one.
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It was 6 years ago, was a violation.
So we can't count it.
As violation, I would like to see if.
So we're back to the first violation.
To the first violation, but I would like it to be, I would like it not to be a loophole, and obviously you can appeal, but I think at the very least, we had 2 motions in the prior hearing, and the first was to find it as a violation, and then the second would be to discuss what possible penalty, if any, the board felt was appropriate. For exactly that.
The only thing I'd comment on Andrew's comment about, I don't like the word lying. I think that's, these are our police force that goes in and does that. That was their standard practice prior to this. All they did was ask for date of birth, they plug it into their register, and it says yes or no. So that's what it's been on the last couple of things. That's really troubling for me that, either the story was this or the story was that. And I don't know why. There's 18 people that this kid didn't lie to, right?
The individual that was used for this, we worked with throughout the entire summer. He was a college intern, and he was absolutely amazing throughout the entire summer. So we wouldn't have put him in this position otherwise. But the other thing I can say is Sergeant O'Brien did have firsthand where he witnessed just being in the store in an off-duty capacity that someone would just be asked. They wouldn't be asked to be ID'd, and they would just say, hey, what's your date of birth? And they would throw it in. So whether that person was under 21 or over 21, I'm assuming that they were over, but it kind of validates that part of the story of they weren't asked for an ID, they were just asked for, give me a date of birth so I can get pie the point of sale.
Can I just add one something? Isn't that kind of troubling that, I mean, that is in essence hearsay. So that is troubling that we bring up what Sergeant O'Brien would say off the record, not an official police report. I do think it's important just, and I would like to ask town council that if she does agree that this is a violation of the ABCC guidelines and that the town of Scituate does not have their own guidelines, and that on an appeal, the ABCC would use their guidelines to act as an in-between party, almost an arbitrator in this matter, and would in fact find that the ABCC guidelines were violated.
Excuse me, I'm not sure that it is proper for you to ask our town council
I apologize. Then.
for an opinion.
I'm sorry, I did not.
I think you need your own attorney. Are you an attorney?
I am an attorney.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm also the owner of the
All right,
store.
well, he didn't introduce himself as an attorney, so how
I'm not
was I
acting on
to
that
know?
behalf. I happen to be one. You asked me a question, I have to answer
All right,
that.
so you understand what I'm saying? That you should,
Council would not be able to opine on what ABCC would do.
Okay.
I think they're two separate things. I think we can say whatever we want in our policies to go by our guidelines.
Right.
But you can appeal anything to the ABCC, and they're going to go by their guidelines.
right.
At which case, we've known historically that they, are more lenient than the town has been historically.
Right, and I don't mean to downplay how embarrassing this is, and it makes me want to throw up. I would hate to see the resources to go to appeal this when we all know the result of that appeal. Is I guess the point I'm trying to make.
Andrew, you had a question?
I just, going back before we derailed there for a second, back on, Chief, what you were saying with this individual, how he was going, and you said, or correct me if I'm wrong, that's what you said, that this person had seen certain activity prior and just checking and not, and that's...
Sergeant O'Brien had.
Okay.
So Sergeant O'Brien's information, that's where I was getting that piece. So I was just using that as background as far as when you look at what the information is that's provided here. I can say he had firsthand information that he witnessed. He said, well, I've seen that before too. So in terms of the credibility of what's reported here, that's the piece that I was speaking to. So beyond that, I'm looking at what was given to me in the report as far as this is the operation that was entailed, this is how Sergeant O'Brien wrote it up, and this was the information that he was given from the person who went in and conducted the operation.
So given that information, was there like a targeting of a particular aisle or a person, or so it was just totally random, seen this and then going randomly? Okay, just trying to
And I mean,
figure
as
it
I
out.
said, we went into all of these other businesses without issue. So this was just brought forward because this was one where he was able to walk out with a sentiment.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes.
To that point, did Sergeant O'Brien indicate that observation in his police write-up? Or, because we have a write-up, but I don't know, is that the official police write-up that we're reading?
In his, it specifically says, and I'm not sure which copy you have here, it specifically said the clerk did not ask him for identification, but did ask him for his date of birth.
And with all due respect to the chief, Officer O'Brien maybe is witnessing, seeing someone not asking for an ID, but if the person is over 40 years old or 65 years old, they're not going to ask for an ID.
Well, no, Sergeant O'Brien's opining on what he's watching this young intern conduct.
No, I think he's referencing when he's been in the store shopping, I believe.
What is relevant is what is in the report as provided by the chief.
And that should be it.
Thank you.
Right, well, that's what I'm trying to get to,
And
is,
that is in your back, the
That's in your
exact
packet.
report.
The observations by Sergeant O'Brien and other times that he may have been in the store is not relevant to the board at this time.
and that's my question, is that what we have in front of us, is that the official report?
That is.
Okay, okay, that's just what I'm trying to get to. there's any, because you had referenced a police report, and I know that's a particular document, right?
Yeah. I don't believe there was one. I don't recall saying that I
Okay.
saw one.
I'm just trying to make sure we have all our ducks in a row here. Okay.
So I guess my question, look, we hate doing this, right? You hate being here, we hate having to do this. We have to be very hard on sales to underage kids with everybody. That's our role in this, right? But what are we gonna do so that you're never here again? That's kind of my, how do you make sure, and unfortunately, I don't think signing that piece of paper, it'll have some impact, but not the big impact that we're looking for. You know, what are we gonna do so that it doesn't happen? You know, I said that in the previous case too. What policies are you gonna put, like, how do you make sure that everything gets scanned? And how do you, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to shut you down. I mean, business is tough right now, right? The economy's crazy and we've got COVID going on, and it doesn't help anybody to shut you down for, I mean, one time we shut you down for quite a while. You know, that doesn't help anyone here. What we want to do is just make sure that underage kids don't get served. So that's kind of what I'm looking for you to say, okay, this is what we're doing, you know, and maybe it's I buy 6 of these things and I put one at every register, and, you know, and you have to do a thumbprint, you know, I don't know what it is, but whatever we're doing now isn't quite working to the level that we want it to. Is there any?
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
And don't take this the wrong way, and you probably will. Again, there is a human error, and there's a reason why the ABCC says every 5 years you get a clean slate, because there is human. I can't sit here and say we can put anything in place that it will never, ever happen again, okay? I can sit here and say that we are going to do our best to make sure it never, never happens again. But you're dealing with human beings, they're not robots, and that there's human error, and I hate saying that, okay, but it happens. We're doing everything in our power, okay, to make sure it doesn't happen. Everything in our power. We've bought the machine. We've been communicating. We do the tips, and there are violations, and it happens, and the ABC knows it happens, and again, do I want to be here again in 10 years from now? No, I don't, okay? Do I want to be here a year from now? Absolutely not. And in my opinion, if we get hit with a penalty within a year again, it should be severe penalties, okay? They should be. I agree, okay? But again, we're doing everything in our power so that doesn't happen.
Okay, I hear you and I believe you. I don't think you're doing well, I'll tell you what. Here's what I have to say to myself. If Chief puts somebody in there every week to run through there, right, would they get caught? Was this just a fluke, or would they get kicked through half the time?
They would get caught 100 every single time, and it would get to the point where we would chase them out of the store. I mean,
So this is
not going to happen. I mean, this is
so it has happened
I understand.
3 years ago, and it happened, when was the violation?
That employee's no longer with us.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was, again, it makes us sick to our stomach. I will hammer it into everybody's head. Personally, we will do whatever, we will go above and beyond any liquor store in the state in the sense of.
You run a great business, you know, there's no doubt. So answer me this, if I go to buy something there and I buy some alcohol and you scan it, does the register not let me go through until I put a birthday in?
Yes.
Right. So it says you gotta put a birthday in. So it doesn't say you have to card somebody. So anybody could just plug in anything before 21 years before and get the register to allow you to go through.
We could look into something that would say another check valve, was this person card?
Yes, right.
And
Okay.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for your system to say, okay, look, go get the scanner.
Right, 2 steps. Yes, I think we can report back to, I would think we can do that. I mean, there's other warnings we put up. We have a separate company that can institute that.
That's a good idea.
Yes, that is something we can absolutely do.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. I mean, you're not here every weekend. We don't do these checks all the time, but we just got to get the systems better so that nobody's ever here again. I've rattled on enough.
Anyone else? So, we
So
are...
first, we need to move whether or not there was a violation, right?
Correct. That's what I was just about to say.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So, we are allowed to decide that there was a violation if we so desire. If we decide there is a violation, that is appealable to the ABCC. So we're not the end of the road for you in this matter, just in this matter.
Can I just provide to you, if you would like to see it,
What is it?
the guidelines are, in fact?
ABCs, we have them.
We have them.
Yeah, we know. So, violation first, and then secondly, we would decide on what penalty, if any. And we do understand that you would be able to appeal it. Yes, please.
Was it the same date, or just
Correct, August 20th.
I'd like to move that the select board find a liquor license violation occurred on Friday, August 20th, 2021 at the Village Market. The Village Market.
Do I hear a second?
Second?
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No?
I'm sorry.
I'm waiting for a vote. I have one no. I have 3 yeses. I'm just saying.
I understand,
where
no,
am.
I struggle with the misrepresentation of age, so I'd struggle with that. I'll say yes, aye.
Motion carries 4-1. 4 in favor, 1 opposed. So we did find a violation occurred, according to our policy.
Right, so this is according to our policies,
According
not
to
the
our
ABCC.
policies, correct.
Right, and this is what happened the other times, too.
Right.
The people plugged the numbers into the register.
No, I know, I was here, I mean,
Yeah.
I said to you, can't believe these guys are coming before us again, so.
So my 2 cents is the ABCC is going to overturn this because they go technically by the books. And I think you're right that they are going to read that and they're going to say it wasn't held properly.
Do we have to decide on a penalty tonight, or can we wait for the appeal? I'm just asking.
They're not
if you
going to
don't
appeal
mind.
it if there's not a penalty.
All right.
Oh, you will appeal it just for the violation?
You have to do everything tonight.
All right. So we shall.
It doesn't mean it has to be implemented right away. You have to do.
Right.
Another question is, if we voted 4-1 to call this a violation, let's say we impose a penalty, you appeal, it gets dismissed, that violation remains on the books, no? Not a violation.
So the ABCC can decide whether we...
The ABCC can overturn the decision.
The entire thing. Yeah.
But even as it pertains to our guidelines?
Yes. We found a violation of their liquor license. The appeal is to ABCC. The ABCC can overturn that decision and penalty
Based on their policies.
based on their review of the facts in the case.
All right.
Based on the state policy.
All right. Which,
Can I see that piece of paper?
It's the same way we have.
I know,
We
but I
have it.
can't find... Do you know what page it is in here?
Oh, yes. It's the same. Harold's.
Thank you. I just want to get it right.
so if I could, it doesn't seem that having stricter policies is particularly helpful.
We found there was a violation that someone under the age of 21 was sold out.
I understand what we're saying. I also understand it was seen that our policies we've adopted are stricter than the state policies.
Well, the issue is we have to be in compliance with the state policy, and we were not in this case.
We could argue semantics all day.
Right.
You found that by the evidence presented to you that someone under the age of 21 was sold alcohol. You found a violation. Right? The appeal to ABCC, and again, counsel can kick me under the table right in front of everybody. The appeal to ABCC would be that the operation was incorrect.
Right.
And therefore, the town couldn't have found a violation because it was done incorrectly.
All right.
It's not that your policies are strict, they would say that you made a false decision based upon the fact.
A
that
procedural
the operation
error.
was done incorrectly. That's
Right,
all.
right, all right.
So here's my problem with that. They're never going to get caught for it, because you always have to give an ID in to get through the register. You always have to put a date in. Otherwise, it's not going to let you ring up the sale.
Well, I'm
So if-
confused about that. Do they have to hand them the ID?
No, and-
Because if someone gives you a date,
If they look under 40, they have to hand an ID.
And Mr. Mignani.
Which this kid did, obviously.
We did
with Double
not
40.
institute that program for the reason of this.
Oh, I know, no, I'm not,
It's like,
I'm not
we
insinuating
did
that at
it,
all.
So we did it to
No.
prevent this conversation.
No, but like every time I go to Stop and Shop that now sells alcohol, right, over in Norwell, they take my ID and they enter it in. They don't say, how old are you, ma'am, and enter it in.
Our
They
procedures
look
do the
at,
same thing. You read the ID.
right.
Yeah, and I don't think you are, I didn't mean to insinuate that, but my point is, every sting operation is going to fail at this establishment because they can't sell it unless you give them a date. And they're going to always have to give them a fake date.
well, don't we want sting operations to fail? Don't we want them to be following the correct procedure so it doesn't fail?
I think you're missing my point.
I don't think I am, but that's all right.
Yeah, we want them to fail because we want them to card them and say, no, we won't sell you anything. We don't want it to fail because of a technicality of the...
Right,
Because the person got sold the beer.
right.
They added 1 year to their date and they got the alcohol.
Well, you'd be a fool to give a date that didn't make you old enough, wouldn't you? I don't know. Anyway, never mind.
No, but Tony makes a point. Go ahead, Andrew.
No, I think the real question is whether or not we have faith that they're going to be good partners or not. That they're part of our business community, if we have faith that we can actually work with them. I mean, we can be a punitive board and just has that as a relationship, or we can try to say, are there ways, like I think you had that's a fabulous idea about adding the extra checks, and if we have that, we can actually be partners and to try to come with something that's more manageable and some way that we can actually keep check up and have tabs on. And if we have that sort of a partnership, like you said, because you're right. And there is the point, we can only minimize bad up here, right? They can have a rogue employee that's terrible and gets fired, they're going to be violated. But it's for us to have some sort of a real partnership, if we can do that, and then we can come, in my opinion, have a solution. If we do that, then we're onto something.
We found a violation before one. We had a prior hearing hours ago on this, on a different matter, with an establishment that hadn't had a violation in 37 years. And we imposed a penalty on them.
We don't know if there's been a violation of this.
We are presuming there was. We're in our living memory, we don't
Only
remember.
5 years.
In our board memory. And you've been here a long time. I think it's appropriate that, regardless of whether or not an appeal is passed, that we need to establish a penalty for this violation that was found. Millwork is obviously a good business partner with the town, cooperates on lots of things. Village Market, the integral part of our community. Nobody wants to hurt your business, but I think it would not be appropriate to mete out violation and then not have similar penalties at the least. You guys think this is appropriate, that at the minimum we gave them a day suspension.
What was that additional step, Tony, that you recommended that they institute? Because maybe we work that into the motion as well,
Yeah, I mean, I think
to
that-
Karen's point.
Yeah. Like Andrew said, that's the goal, right? The goal isn't to,
Well, and to
Take a
your
day's
point, if
liquor
it
sale out
stays
of
the
your pocket.
same, there's always going to be a violation of ABCC, because you have to misrepresent your age to, well, if the same situation happened, just sit with me here for a minute, right? So the kid walked in, he didn't give an ID, right? And they said, how old are you? And he gave his right age, well, then
It wouldn't let-
similarly, she wouldn't
Right,
have,
it
it wouldn't have
Sale
gone
can't be
through, and the sale wouldn't go through, because it's not a legal age, because you have the ages built into your system, the years, if you will, right? Yeah, so, to Tony's point,
Take the beer, you put it
yeah.
behind.
But I do think that there's a way to do it where if you put an age under 40, another additional step pops up that says, did you request an ID?
An ID.
What is
You
it?
can-
There's something that I'm.
you can factor that in.
Right.
Almost positive.
Okay,
Or if we can't, we figure out a way to get something in there.
okay,
Especially if there's a back cashier that's not.
right.
Like, that person's always saying, you know.
It prevents, like we said, this person from making that extra.
Well, I will say, I do appreciate your willingness to
So
explore that.
my thought is, if you're willing to do that and can implement it and show us that you can stop this from happening again, then I don't think, I think that I would be lenient on the violation. If you can do that.
I'm pretty sure we can do it.
We'll have a solution that would be, I mean, I can't imagine we couldn't, I'm not the one who does it, but we pay $6,000 a quarter to a company so they can manipulate our system to do this. Just as the first time they manipulated the system, we never birthdays in time. Maybe that's the wrong word.
How does the rest of the board feel about that? If they add that step in there so that it can't happen again that way, that I agree that it's a violation, but I would,
So we have up
either-
to 6 days under our guidelines for
Right.
first violation.
right, so I would say 1 or 0
Say
days,
1 day.
if they do that. You know,
I-
kind of following Andrew's,
Well, I would like to suggest that if the police department could step up enforcement measures specifically at the village market for the next few months and see if they're actually following their own policy and see what happens. I would think that would be, you know, if you only think it's going to happen once or twice a year, it's, you know, but if you think it might happen 3 or 4 times over the next few months,
Our attitude is that we think it happens all the time. That's our attitude. Now, maybe they might do it once a year, they might do it
Yeah.
once every year and a half. That's not our attitude. Our attitude is we're being checked all the time, 100% of the time. And I can't emphasize enough, it's a priority with us. It's a priority not to sell to underage. It's a priority. And it's not even so much the check, it's just that we don't want, liability is insane.
all right. Does anyone have any thoughts about what the,
Well, I'm open to, I do think there has to be some sort of penalty, I really do, just because the minimum is 6 days again, so, but I am also.
maximum.
Sorry, that's what I meant to say, maximum of 6 days. But I am appreciative of your efforts to update your software. And knowing that it'll probably appeal, though I think we still need to send that message of at least suspending for 1 day.
I could do that 1 day if they change the software. I think that's,
Get on that tomorrow morning.
So-
Personally, I think it's a little light, given that we were here 4 years ago. And, you know, you guys check everybody, and you're the only ones that in my memory, have been here in my tenure checks. So, you know, I agree that it's great that you're gonna, you know, I know you're gonna institute these new things, but, you know, I'd be more inclined to say 2 days, but, you know, the board can make the motion.
Mr.
Can I say
McGinnis?
something?
Yes, you may.
What is the sense of having every 5 years a clean slate then, or, I mean, what's the purpose of that? Or every,
This is within 5 years. Well, I know technically it wasn't a violation, but
right?
exactly the same.
It was 6 years, the violation, but
It was in 17.
no, there was another one 6 years ago.
6 years ago. So we didn't have a violation in 6 years. So, I mean, what's this, but I can't understand the purpose of having 6 years, okay, as a clean slate when you keep on bringing up.
But we're at the first violation level anyway, Mr. McGinnis, so it doesn't matter. So there's another penalty that says if it's the second violation within those 5 years, then it goes up. We're not looking at that. We're treating this as your first violation.
I just think his point is that what's the point of wiping the slate clean after, 5 years after, and then keep bringing it up when discussing the penalty? I think that goes against the essence of, again, I didn't write it, but you would think that goes against the essence of the document. If there's a 5-year
I think
period.
that's a misunderstanding. What I'm referencing is in our backup, we have the minutes from 2017, which you were before the board, and it was not found to be a violation, which is why you're now being considered as the first violation. The minutes do reflect that we had exactly the same conversation in 2017, which was less than 5 years ago.
But the point is you're bringing up the past to make a decision tonight.
Yeah, it's a documented discussion of the board. So, but the penalties that we're discussing are the first. We could go up to 6 on the first penalty, and this board was obviously inclined not to do that. I'm just our job is to deliberate. My personal feeling is that we had this conversation in 2017, and although it was not a violation, it is relevant to the conversation, which is why I think, I agree 6 would be not appropriate, which is what could do, but I think 1 might be a little less, but I'm 1 of 5, and I just want that board to know my opinion on that.
Are we in
Somebody wanna
agreement?
Make a motion? Well, do you want us to, yeah.
Let me just get to that page. 56. I don't know why I'm the one making the motion. But I will. All right, move that the select board vote an all alcoholics license held by the that's 56. Village Market, I don't have the address, for 1 day, and I'd like to do it on October 13th, which I believe is a Wednesday. So a violation of 1 day on Wednesday the 13th.
Do I hear a second?
And I'm going to make a motion in a second to change the mill wharfs to that day also.
Second.
Well, it's those two separate motions.
Well, he's just announcing his intention.
Did you want to add, Tony, basically?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Authorization?
Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you for correcting me. Contingent on the Village Market implementing those software changes that we discussed today, having the 2-tier authentication.
Second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
3?
No.
3 in favor of the motion, 2 against. Motion carries 3.
Well, further,
2. Oh, you want further discussion after the vote?
well, I want to know why Maura doesn't.
Because I think it should be the 15th, the same date as the mill wharf.
And Tony just said he wanted to...
I understand.
Okay, all
I
right.
heard that.
All right, I wasn't... Sometimes I'm in the know.
I know, I heard him,
Yeah,
heard him.
okay.
But that's okay, it carried, so you're good to go.
I love Colin Roberts rules. Okay.
I'm not?
No.
Oh, okay. Don't want to be accused of that.
Nope, not at all.
So,
So
are we
Did we
done
vote?
with that?
motion carried 3-2.
3-2. Motion carries 3-2.
I'm sorry, who's the 3-2? I know Mara's a 1.
Mara was a
I
no.
know.
Karen Canfield was a no.
Karen was Canfield.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So that's our
That.
decision.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Sorry.
I got 2.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make another motion. Based on the conversation that we had here, I'd like to rescind our violation infraction to the Mill Wharf and make a motion to change that.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Why?
Because when he said it's been 37 years since that establishment made a violation, it struck me as a very long time of a very good establishment. And I think there should be a penalty, but I think given these times on a Friday night, that's a big impact on that company. So I think there should still be a penalty, as Karen alluded to, but I think, as Andrew mentioned, our goal is to improve the system, not to penalize our good,
But he wasn't willing to improve the system.
which is why I'm probably not saying that it shouldn't be anything.
I would second that.
Second by Ms. Campbell. Discussion, further discussion?
Oh, no, I was 4 years old the last time they had a violation.
Well, we don't think.
We're not
that-
sure.
We don't know.
Right,
if
so
they
we don't know
ever-
if it's 37 years.
I mean, that anyone knows about, I mean, so.
Well, it hasn't been in 15 years. I know that,
Right,
Yeah, we have to stop saying 37.
yeah.
because Lorraine's throwing it.
I know.
In our board's memory. So-
I
Well,
feel,
Chief has been here for quite a
I-
while.
yeah, I
Can you
second
remember?
that.
I don't recall.
I feel in the spirit of fairness that asking the Mill Wharf or telling them that they have to take a hit on a Friday night and telling the Village Market you take the hit on a Wednesday, in the interest, I think, of fairness, I agree that it would be more appropriate to do the 13th for the Mill Wharf.
Well, in all trueness, the reason I did the 13th was because I was planning to do this, and it would have been inappropriate the other way if we had,
I
so,
don't know which
Yeah.
way your mind is
I-
working, so now we all know, right?
Karen gets me.
So
So we have
Anyway.
a motion and a second, and.
Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye.
I see 4-1.
Sticking with it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, second by Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, no, second by Ms. Canfield. Motion made by Mr. Vignari, second by Ms. Canfield.
And not in favor is?
Not in favor is Ms. Curran. Well, everyone,
I just think we have, we've been very fortunate in this town not to have had any accidents in a long time. So those of us that have grown up with a lot of our friends who have had in our alcohol-induced accidents, I just don't want us to forget about that. That's why we're here. We're also here to protect underage drinking and driving as well. So that's where I come from as well.
And I
We've been
agree
very
with you more.
fortunate.
Yep, and I think, to Karen Conley's point, I think maybe these checks should occur more frequently than every year or 2 years, and then we find out whether it's a problem or just the sporadic occurrence that everyone's claiming it is.
Understood.
well, folks, sorry it took us completely,
So, Mr. Chair,
we're way behind, yes.
I was going to suggest, do you think you could interview the two people that have been waiting, which only takes like 5 minutes before we get into the meeting?
Well,
Plans.
you know,
Thank you, Chief.
In fairness, Chris Karch has been sitting here. I think, and Dan Bentley would probably like to go home. I understand. I appreciate the suggestion. I just think we need to go back to where we left off, and if this had not been such a serious issue, we probably could have been done with it sooner, but I hope we never have to be here again with a liquor license violation, but we certainly need more than a few minutes to discuss it, so, at any rate.
Yeah, there's never enough time.
Mr. Fennelly, would you like to finish and go home?
I was done. I'm not sure
Well,
there's
I'm not
any
sure
other
that-
questions?
Well, that's where we were at, I think, that you had described the project and what
Do we
CPC
need
is
her for
potentially
the
being asked to.
Price for Boulder Street?
For-
For the CPC paying that amount of money for, that's all clear?
It's all clear.
It's all clear.
I'm sorry, town
What?
council just left.
Okay, all right. So, does anyone have any questions of Dan that we were not able to ask about the land acquisition and the price, et cetera, et cetera?
Nope.
Nope.
Well,
Switch my brain there.
Comments or questions?
Whatever you like.
Yeah, so here's the devil's advocate to buying this land, right? It's a great, beautiful piece of property, but there's gonna be another one in 2 years. There's gonna be another one after that, and it's really not the town's place or CPC's place to chase every piece of property that we don't want developed. And this development is 6 nice houses that will bring a lot of tax revenue to the town. So that's the other side to, to using $2 million of CPC money to buy a piece of property in the West End that'll have some walking trail connection to another small piece of land, but certainly not, not a huge trail like we have back in the West End. So I just think we have to be, I think we just have to make sure that that doesn't become the habit of chasing properties that we don't want developed. That's not our role. That being said,
If I could also make a comment, one of my concerns personally, excuse me, is that this sets a precedent for future purposes as far as the pricing of the land. We being CPC, over the last 14 years have purchased 600 acres of property in Scituate, and for conservation restrictions, the average price per acre was about $18,000. This is over $100,000 per acre. So I have a concern that future applicants that want to sell their property to the town may look at this as a precedent for setting the price of property. That was one of my big concerns. The second concern is that, again, as you described, this is a piece of property that perhaps doesn't have some of the qualities that other properties have had. That is, it's not attached to the Hubble property. It's not on the waterfront like some other property that was bought. So my concern is the steep price, if you will, and again, it's a personal concern of the property, and that's where I have some issues and concerns about the town buying the property.
do you want to answer that?
So, Dan, the gentleman who's purchasing the property or potentially purchasing the property did come to CPC with some information about what he would be willing to do if he were to be able to buy the property. Is this board going to receive, I don't even know who to ask the question of, is this board going to hear from him about what he's proposing?
That I don't know. He sent us a letter. I assume he
Did we
sent
get
you
that
the letter
letter?
or copied you on the letter.
I haven't seen it.
I have seen it only because someone forwarded it to me from CPC, so I've seen the CPC quote-unquote proposal, if you will, but I don't think that we've received it. So I guess it's up to us, Jim, to ask him if he'd like to come in and just explain what it is he is proposing. And if he is proposing something that he would, depending on where we go with this, that the town would have to decide maybe between CPC buying it and the developer buying it with whatever conditions.
With his proposal,
Yeah.
sure.
All right, so that's.
All right, the other comment I would make is, you brought up the issue of if the town buys the property for conservation purposes, we would need to put access to it and parking lot, et cetera. And again, my opinion is that could be done in the future rather than add that to the cost of the property at this moment, because I don't think anybody's in a position to start working on a project like that right now. So we still could purchase the property and allocate or look for more money to allocate parking spaces and trails and things like that in the future.
Right. Anyone else? Anything?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Ms. Canfield. Yep.
So, I'll be brief because we've had these conversations before, so I understand exactly where Tony's coming from. This opportunity is because it's been coming out of 61A, and we have an option to look at it, and that's what was the impetus for this, and the board recognized the value of the entire property. We got lucky with the Westfield. I think, to your point about chasing property, it's not really our business. other open space applications have come from somebody that abutted a property, saw a property, whatever, brought it to them. This just came a different way, but basically it's the same situation that come to us because an opportunity has presented itself. That, regardless of whether we have the right of first offer, this group of people think this is worth preserving. The only thing that I just want to throw out there for the board's consideration that you haven't heard from me before is the value of this site, and I think Skylar said this at a CPC meeting before, is very similar to when we had the discussion about whether or not to allow marijuana, which we'll get to again, into our town, is once you sell it, it's gone. And I know your point, there are other properties. And we have a demonstrated interest in our community that this is a special piece of property. And, maybe they put 6 beautiful homes there, maybe it's not as many. This is the opportunity before our board right now, and we can't guess what's going to happen down the road. And our job is to say, is this something that, obviously we want to wait and hear what CPC, finishes their vetting. But I really think that, we have done well holding on to the pile of cash for something good like the fields. But that I think this needs to be a stand down and look at if the value to our town is worth the price. And the second question I want to ask the board is just, this is an expensive piece of property. Does this belong fully in CPC? So it's a 2-part question. Do we think this is worth saving as an open space purchase for the town? And if so, is the funding appropriate all through CPC? Because we haven't really talked about that. I don't think we can really change it because it's on the warrant, right, Jim?
In terms of the funding?
Yeah, the funding mechanism. Is there any wiggle room there?
We fix it in the motion, I guess.
You could amend it on the floor?
You mean to take it from free cash?
Yeah. What if, if Dan's not happy with the acre per bin, they say we would support it $1 million or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an opportunity?
Also, as I mentioned before, there is a public group that is committing to raising $350,000 for the property. So that's a very positive indication, I think, of the interest in people in the town trying to buy the property. And they have been very vocal and outspoken about buying this property. So there is a lot of support, I think, in the town for buying the property, and they are willing to put up some money for it, on the other hand. So.
Ms. Curran?
Just point of clarification, do they have 350 already and they're still fundraising, or 350 is their goal?
350, my understanding is 350 is their goal.
Okay.
And I believe they have already collected, or at least have committed 200,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's my understanding right now. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what I was told.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, excuse me. Did someone just speak?
I don't know.
We have the applicants here.
It's close to 230,000.
And you are who?
Conor Doherty, 603 Country Way. I've been working closely on the farm.
Thank you. Anyone else? No other questions?
Well, I guess, just to keep the conversation going, this is a rare opportunity because it happens to be, sectioned the way it is. But we are it's probably one of the most expensive pieces of property that we bought, clearly, as Dan said, for acreage, probably the highest.
That's a lot of money.
But the abutters are always going to be upset with any piece of property that goes near them. And it's going to happen tomorrow, and it's going to happen next month, and it's going to happen next year. So I just think we have to be, and again, this piece of property is a nice piece of property. I'm not saying don't buy it. Everyone's going to have to make that decision, but I think Karen brought up a good point. These are the 2 options, and one of the options isn't, a 40B with 250 apartments going into a lovely scenic place. This is 6 homes going into a very residential area with similar homes in that space. So, those are the 2 sides of the argument that I believe the town is going to have to think about when they vote. But it is going to take a lot of CPC money. It's almost our balance will be pretty low, and I know Karen's gonna say it replenishes itself, which it does, and we spend it as it replenishes. But it's gonna take most of the funds that we have to purchase that property.
Mr. Goodrich?
I guess I'm curious, is the main reason for aesthetics or for trail use? Like, what's the impetus mainly? And what's the temperament? Is it because, like, let's say the development was behind, theoretically, I know it can't be, but the field was there. So is the goal, is it for $2 million to save the field? Or if, as the current developer allegedly says, there might be an opportunity to use 60, if not 70% of that property for trail use? Like, what's the main purpose? Do we have setting, is those great walking trails? I mean, what is it, aesthetics? What do people
Well,
think?
see, I think I would like to have the developer will come, that's a bad word to use for people get mad at them, but to invite him to come in if he would like, and if he would like to present his thoughts, proposal to this board, we could have an open discussion so that the public understands these are the potential options that we have as a town, and to your point, what do we want with this? So, and to me, it's up to the developer to come forward if he so desires. So, let him make his case.
Yeah. I mean, he has been at the CPC meeting, so.
Yeah, but I think I'd like to have him here to hear what he has to say.
Picture.
And to me, there would have to be written agreements prior to town meeting that guarantee that whatever he says is for real and that it can be accomplished. And until such time, and that's assuming this goes to town meeting, because we have to take a vote as to whether or not to exercise our right of first refusal as the select board, which I don't know that this is, other than the Lion's Head the last time around, it's not a usual way for a property to come to this board. That's why we're involved right now. So, Ms. Canfield.
The town meeting date is prior to when we would have to exercise the
Right.
right of first refusal, so I would presume, I would advocate that we don't take any action. I would love to see it go before town. I think it's a really good point that, the town should know what the options are, not just a straight
If there is an option,
If there is
a
an
real option.
Yeah. But to Andrew, I just want to note to Andrew's question about the use, and I think Dan alluded to this, is we've done a lot of open space purchases without having a full-grown plan.
Right.
I think that in the course of all of this conversation, we've identified many things that this could be used for. We could have gardens, community gardens. We could have education opportunities. We could have agricultural, I think Scarlett was the one that said there's some agricultural heritage stuff. That, I'm not concerned about that. I think that's something that needs to be developed. I think the application is to put it into conservation to protect it from development better, and then we would have time to decide what to do with the site. And I believe the application had some plans for how to maintain it in the interim until that plan came up, I think.
It was mentioned in the application, yes.
Yeah. A question, how much was the Mordecai Lincoln per acre? I don't recall. Was it
900,000
For the whole property.
Per acre, do we know the?
for the whole property, housing,
Two
3 houses,
houses,
the
the
barn,
mill.
and the property. 900,000.
Right, and the acreage, I don't.
About almost 6.
6, yeah,
6
5 point
But it was
something
bought with,
acres.
that was bought with historic funds,
Right.
first of all. Second of all, I'm not trying to get into an argument here. Mordecai Lincoln is a superior property in every way you look at it.
Oh, yeah.
It has Gulf
point of
River
interest, I was
frontage,
curious.
it's a historic property, it has history with the town, it is related, so I'm just trying to say, I think it's not
not apples and
exactly,
apples.
and it's still on a per acre basis less than this is being,
I don't think
but
so.
I don't think so, but I can't do
all right.
that.
Well, I'm not going to do the math right now. All I'm saying is,
Yep.
and to be fair about it, we're not making more land here. So the price of land is going to go up as it becomes more scarce. And I think that's what we're facing at this point. So I'm not arguing the value, I'm just saying, is it more than I would like to pay? Certainly. But
It's also, I think the available land is going to be very sparse in the
Yes.
future.
Yes.
With development and people being able to make money to develop some of the properties in town.
Right.
And as we learn through the baseball, the high school field, when we were trying to locate properties for fields in town, there are very few that are out there right now. There are none, frankly, that the town owns, and it's unclear what properties will be coming up in the future that would be suitable for the town to buy.
Right.
You just have to remember, the only reason we can pay this amount of money is because we are fortunate that it happens to be agriculturally zoned. So if it wasn't, CPC could not pay anywhere near that amount of money for that property.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole anyway. Anybody else? Nope. Nope.
We don't have to vote this tonight, correct?
No,
No,
we're gonna
okay.
wait until their meeting on Monday.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So I'll let you know what happens on Monday,
Great.
after we have the meeting Monday night. Okay?
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Good, thank you very much.
See, it was worth staying, right?
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan. Now we have Chris Karsha. Sorry for the lateness of the hour.
Chris was taking a nap over there.
So Chris is the chair of our capital planning committee, and we have a number of capital items on the agenda for the special town meeting coming up. Would you like to tell us what your committee thinks about the various projects?
My committee,
Your committee.
all three of us.
Yes.
So we met last night. I will say right off the bat, I was unaware of Article 4 when I posted my agenda, so we did not address it. I didn't have the opportunity to invite the school superintendent. So I am scheduling a meeting with them next week. We'll meet on Article 4 specifically, and I can report back to you at your next meeting.
All right.
So we did discuss the other 6 items on the capital improvement plan. I can go over them briefly, or I can do it in detail. What do you want?
Are you old enough to remember Reader's Digest?
Cliff Notes?
Cliff Notes. Let's get the Cliff Notes, because I think pretty much other than the school.
So other than the school, it was, it's maintenance stuff, it's equipment. So I'll just go through real quick each one. There was not a lot of discussion about any of them because they are equipment. Water Department requesting $3 million for water mains is because we did not do it in the spring. So all of their money for water mains work right now has been expended. This is to keep going. And we voted unanimously to approve all of these. This is the site assessment for the Stockbridge landfill that actually comes under the transfer station. They're using enterprise retained earnings to pay for it, $92,000 for a study because residents have brought up concerns about it. DEP's now involved. So that's actually mandated. I don't think we actually have a choice at this point. Next one is the water transfer pump for Widow's Walk. He discusses the pond is actually not holding as much water as it used to. This is going to enable him to transfer water from an upper pond to the lower, or one way or the other, but get water, more usable water into the pond. We had a question about the usable lifespan on that. I believe the answer was 15 to 20 years, so $175,000 for the system doesn't sound unreasonable. Then he had some mowing equipment replacement. And Nancy was telling us that right now they do a lease to own. These we're gonna buy outright, so he'll own them outright. Better for the bottom line, I guess.
Less overhead.
Less overhead.
Chris, can I ask Kevin real quick, $175,000 for irrigation, what is actually happening? Is that a pump?
I'll claim complete ignorance because.
It's Widow's Walk.
We didn't talk about it with us.
Jim, do you know?
Yeah, I think it's part of the whole pump system, pumping out of the pond. The pump is shot. We've spent how much in the past couple of years?
They've been renting a pump to do this, so this would make it a permanent solution to get the water between the two areas. So right now, they've been bringing a pump when it gets to dry season, so this year they haven't had to do it, obviously.
They bring a pump
They
in.
rent a pump to move the water between these two things, they've done it on more than one occasion. So they would like to make this a permanent solution to the irrigation issues that are ongoing up there.
So it's pumping it between two spots on Widow's Walk?
Pumping, piping, the whole thing. Yeah.
The pond isn't that deep, it's fairly shallow. So they had a problem with the pump. So they're trying to move the water between the two areas.
How much is our rental annually?
It was, I would say between $5,000 to $8,000 the last time we did it.
And would this
5
work
times
with
15.
the irrigation, the new irrigation system?
Which is, this will
Years.
extend,
Okay, but it doesn't go out of
no,
existence because we get a
Offset.
new irrigation system, which we know is on the horizon at some point.
It's pumping water into their source for the irrigation system.
Got it.
But wait, you sold more as $5,000 a year to rent a pump. And this system's good for 15 years. So if we rented a brand-new pump every year, it would cost half that.
but we're looking for a permanent solution to a problem. The pump is just a temporary solution that they're running over the piping, to make it underground piping with a pump.
So they have a hose that runs from one,
This also includes the laying of the pipe and all that.
Right. And this is part of the extra capture, so they're saving all that water, right? And that's why they're
It's not part of
capturing
the-
it's going
No.
in, and that's what
That's,
it's,
that's the 18D residual.
so this is just getting it all underground going there.
but it's not getting any of this,
It's not getting it
yeah.
in.
It's just moving it from this pond to this pond.
Okay.
We're good on that? And it was the mowing equipment, 240,000. If you've ever seen those mowers, you know they're probably worth that and then some. The sewer department is looking for a new loader. This is one to use on site. It's a smaller unit that fits in their garage. They use it for spreading.
Taking sediment out of the new basin that's used to drain it, what's left over, so it'll be loaded on trucks, save money in the long run.
And the transfer station, a replacement of a 2013 backhoe. I can say personally, I was there the day that the boom broke. Yeah, that thing needs to be replaced. That was 140,000 again out of retained earnings. We voted unanimously on all of those. Again, they're, Kevin does a decent job of, assessing when the equipment needs to be done, for DPW, Widow's Walk. And again, with the school department, I will have another meeting with them and we'll have a fuller report for that.
Okay. Questions from anyone? No?
My
Yes.
only question is, why are there 3 members on the board? And when are you gonna have a complement for the whole?
So,
review?
I will not editorialize on why. One of the members quit, the other one passed away. They have not been replaced. So we are waiting for replacements. I am planning on reaching out to Mr. Toomey this week and letting him know that we need more people.
Who are the current board members right now, Chris?
Myself, Jack Whitaker, and Joe Gibbons.
And I have had 2 conversations with the moderator about this, including sending some of the resumes of some of the people we saw for the school committee as being potentially, good people. We met
That's a
some
good idea.
very qualified people, and I'm taking the opportunity to right now to say that if someone is interested in serving on the capital planning committee, please get in touch with Jim Toomey, the moderator, or if Lorraine, would you mind taking names if they come to you?
Usually they come into the town clerk.
Okay,
but
all right,
I'm happy to do
all right. So I think it's a little harder with the moderator being the appointing authority than it is for us. All right, okay. So, because we know you need help.
Yes, we do.
You
We
do,
do.
you do. And you've been
it's-
doing this for a long time, so we appreciate your stick-to-itiveness.
It's fun.
We understand what you mean.
We
People
get it.
who like government, it's fun to do these
Look
things.
at you guys sitting up there. You've been doing it as long as I have, so.
So, but
No,
thank you.
I enjoy it. And Mr. Goodrich, I believe you are the liaison this year. I will endeavor to get your name on my mailing list. That's it. I will see you in a couple
All right.
weeks.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank
you.
Thanks for waiting, too.
Yep. Speaking of waiting, thank you to the applicants for the Diversity and Equity Committee. Elena Gulata, would you like to come up, please? So, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Having fun tonight?
First town hall in person. It's interesting.
Well, welcome. If you'd like to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in the Diversity and Equity Committee?
Absolutely. So hello, everyone. My name is Elena Gulata. I'm a newer resident to Scituate. I moved here. My husband and I bought our first home here in December of 2020. I'm originally from Queens, New York, but I went to Boston University and I've spent the last 12 years in working and living in downtown Boston before moving out to the suburbs. A little bit about why I am interested in this committee, and kind of for now only this committee, is a bit about a personal and professional passion of mine for pretty much my whole life, professionally the last 6 years. Starting out on maybe the professional end, I'm a director of account management at an advertising technology company downtown. Up around 2020, like many companies in the US, there was no formal programming for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so as many came kind of to a reckoning, if you will, I worked full-time on a 6-month project directly with our CEO for building out our first ever DE&I programming. At first, it was based around the U.S. And now has since expanded to our offices across the globe. That has not have a very long career yet, but that is definitely my most rewarding professional experience to date. So I believe a lot of what I learned and the work that I did in that experience, I believe I hope at least could transcend into the work of this committee, and where I feel like I could have an impact most quickly. On a maybe more personal note, as I mentioned, I grew up in Queens, New York, likely very different from Scituate. But I spent my first 18 years of my life there, going to public school throughout my entire, elementary, junior, and high school. And I feel like the exposure and the experiences I had as a child and a young adult really shaped my values and perspectives as an older adult. And so when I think about my husband and I really settling our roots down in Scituate, we hope to be here forever. I think about what my future children, as we're starting a family, what my future children's experiences will be growing up in this town and what kinds of exposure they will have. I've been very welcomed into the community. I also am very privileged to be a white woman, and I'd like to assume that anyone that doesn't look like me would have the same experience coming into the town. But, we can't make those assumptions, as we've all learned especially over the last couple of years, but it's been going on much longer than that. So just from a personal standpoint, it's something I really am passionate about. Maybe a little after the last 2 hours, I'm losing some of that vigor, but it's there.
You have good energy.
Thank you. Thank you. It might be a little bit of the nerves, but yeah, so I think that's on the personal note as I think about kind of my family and growing up in this town and what their experiences are like. And if I could do anything to help, I would love to have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maura, would you like to ask her?
Oh, sure, I'll ask Elena. Hi, Elena, thank you.
Thanks.
I'd love to know, I know you've probably done a lot in your new position with the strategy. What's the one change, maybe in a policy, that you've implemented at your company? That you're like most proud of, or you think will have like the greatest impact?
I don't know if it would apply directly to a town situation, but I can say what I'm most proud of.
Absolutely.
Our parental leave policies have recently been updated to include leave for parents, whether they be male or female, that have experienced abortions or miscarriages, whereas prior to that, parents had to use their own sick days or PTO time to deal with the loss and the whether it be physical loss or mental loss, dealing with those leaves. And so now we have in our policy, no questions asked, you get paid time off, that you don't have to use your sick day or your PTO because of any of those reasons. And again, no questions asked on how the loss happened. I think was a big win for us. And I think there's gonna be more to come on parental leave, I hope, too, to make it more equitable between men and women.
That's great. And then
primary and secondary caregivers.
And I just have one other follow-up question to that. Any changes in your hiring practices that you've implemented?
Yes, so very, very good question and very tricky. Our talent acquisition team and our HR team are regimented in their policies and practices. So that's been the hardest thing to enact change on, and it's been where I have the biggest learning in terms of listening and learning to people's processes that they've done for so many years, and I have a tendency to come in hot, so kind of come in softer to learn and understand. So one thing that we've implemented is training, unconscious bias training for all hiring managers, going through that they have to complete this training in order to even be allowed to be on an interview panel. There's other things I'd love to do more of, but it's kind of chipping away at some older policies.
That's great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I just love the term I've heard of talent acquisition.
Recruiting,
That's the
otherwise
buzz-
known as.
That's the
I
buzzword.
love that.
We also call it HR people experience.
I was looking at the resume and I was fascinated. Can you tell me more? Is the flying kites board?
Yeah.
And this was a cursory look, but it's something about education. Can you?
Yep.
It sounds fabulous, but I just would love people to hear about this.
Yeah, of course. So Flying Kites is a nonprofit based out of Kenya, where they provide an orphanage and education for youth. And so the nonprofit is the school and the orphanage is based out of Kenya, but actually they're operating, like their headquarters was based out of Boston prior to the pandemic and now is remote. And so the work I did was for their kind of local office in terms of fundraising and events, in terms of getting more just money to the orphanage and the school in order for them to take on more students. So some of their students were commuter students, commuting, using that loosely, but many of the students actually lived and also went to school there. Yeah, thanks. All right.
Tony?
Sure. Thanks for coming in and sitting through our beginning agenda items. So tell me, is there any situation in town right now that you find most pressing that you'd like to jump in and get involved with?
Yeah, it's a great question. I was thinking about this before coming to this meeting. To be transparent, as a newer resident to Scituate and also new to the dynamics of politics in our town, I don't want to make a sweeping suggestion and then you all kind of be like, that would never happen. But maybe one thing, just as kind of a newer resident, when I walk downtown, and I think about how I grew up also in Queens, but when I walk downtown and I see quite a few storefronts that are empty, I wonder about different sorts of businesses that could maybe occupy some of those storefronts that are coming from minority-owned businesses. I also think about restaurants specifically. Throughout my childhood, I was going to different sorts of cuisines multiple times a month with my parents, and that's kind of what, when you're a kid, you're opening your eyes through food. It's not so complicated or heavy. And so I wonder, is there anything that the committee, through partnership with the select board, could do to try to foster some businesses to fill those spots as a way to kind of diversify the businesses downtown and kind of open up the experience and the exposure. Again, I don't know the red tape around how that all works, but that's just something as a bystander maybe I could see be an opportunity.
Thank you.
Ms. Canfield?
Very quickly, because of the late hour, thank you for staying up with us. you know, obviously you have a transformational DEI certificate, you do this for
Yes.
work.
Yes.
Your application noted that you have, you participated in meetings, so you see what their work is. And I think one was sort of alluding to this is that, the goal of this committee is to recommend to this board policy and procedure changes.
Yep.
But I'm particularly thrilled that you're thinking about things outside of the silo. Because I think all the boards work, my personal opinion, work really well when they cross-fertilize.
Yep.
And that makes the town stronger. So thank you for that. And I just want to note that I was an SPC grad at BU when it was still a school. I lived in Queens for a long time. So
Awesome.
I'm going to come find you after this.
I would love that.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
And this, you said, was your only committee that you've applied for? Okay.
Yes, it is.
And we have one opening from a resignation? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you
And
so
again,
much.
I apologize for the late hour,
No, it's
but
no problem
appreciate
at all.
your
Thank you all so much
staying
for
with
the
us.
time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we now have Connor Doherty. If you'd like to come up.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you all?
Good.
Still awake. So, yeah, I applied to the DEI committee, but also 2 other commissions. I believe it was Cultural Council and the Beach Commission. And I'm happy to speak toward my passions in any of those areas.
Well, which would you prefer?
I am very passionate about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I am working in other areas on that effort. I also know that my voice is like a white, straight, cisgender, Christian-raised male is the dominant voice in this part of the country, and probably a voice that doesn't necessarily need to be heard from anymore. So although that's the one I'm most interested in, I don't necessarily believe it makes the most sense for me to be placed there if there are openings in other commissions.
Well, so Lorraine, we do still have Cultural Council and Beach Commission openings, yes? Have we voted any beach commissions yet?
We have voted 3, but we have a lot more openings.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Voted 3, but there's a lot more
Okay,
openings.
all right.
The commission is, the beach is 5 to 7 members is the charge, and there are 3 right now.
3 people
One
there.
resigned,
We have
So
openings.
we have lots of openings.
Give me
So-
1 second, I can
Yeah.
tell you that there are 2 openings on the Cultural Council, and, I'm sorry, probably about 1 opening, maybe 2 on the Cultural Council, and 4 openings on the Scituate Beach Commission.
Should we talk about beaches?
Sure. Let's hear your idea about beaches.
Sure. I mean, to be fully transparent, my interest in both of those committees is partly driven by equity and inclusion. So when I attended this seminar like a year ago, and one of the exercises was we're going to take 5 minutes, everyone think of all the things you can think of that are designed specifically for right-handed people. So you're thinking it's like, all right, scissors and like some basic things. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, oh my gosh, like every vending machine, every microwave oven, toaster ovens, fridge, like it just started going and going and going. And I had this huge, huge list, which I'd never given that much thought to before. So then the idea of this exercise is, okay, so if you're a right-handed person, you've never had to think about this. So now think of other aspects of your identity, whether it's your able-bodied nature or your lack of neurodivergence, whatever it is. What else is out there that you think you've had blind spots for and you haven't had to think about? So I've been trying to apply that just walking around town. So the beach that our family usually goes to is Minot. And when I go down there, there's 2 things that keep sticking out to me. One is if I had to use an assisted device, you can't even get to the beach. So there's those Moby mats there, but they don't go all the way to the actual beach. The Peggotty Beach does it really well, where it gets all the way to the beach and then there's a little offshoot to the side. So I was talking to a friend of mine in town who uses a device. And he was like, yeah, I'm not going to Minot. What am I going to do? I'm going to get stuck in the middle of the path, and then, like, I'll just feel so awkward because people have to go around me, whatever. So thinking about, like, okay, so I took my son around. We started looking at all the other beaches in town. You know, if you couldn't walk, where can you actually enjoy the beaches? When you go down Front Street, what businesses can you actually get into? Like, how often are there stairs and no ramps up? The other thing in Minot Beach that sticks out to me is the mural. It's this pair of lifeguards. They're both white, it's heteronormative, they're both able-bodied, they both have the same kind of slender body type. Again, it's just like, I've never really thought of that necessarily looking at it, because that speaks to my identity. But if I was someone of a different ability or a different skin color, that would probably stick out to me, and I would say I'm not represented here. So beaches kind of spoke to me just with, it's like one of the best assets, I feel like, in Scituate when it comes to like public things that are here. The beaches are amazing. The coastline goes from, super sandy, beautiful Cape Cod style beaches to like rocky Maine beaches, and it's just so diverse. And to think that maybe the access to them or the inviting nature of them could be improved upon got me interested in them. And then since then I've been looking into, what do we do as far as, do we have partnerships with state or federal organizations and nonprofits that look into preserving coastlines, or is there grant money available to us for somehow preserving what we have or improving what we have, etc. So I'd really love to do what I can to improve the beaches.
All right. Ms. Canfield, would you like to start?
Yeah, I just thank you for coming back in. And I just want to note that Mr. Doherty popped into Beach Commission last night with his able sidekick and Beach Explorer.
Yep.
And we did mention grants, and it's an exciting, we talked about this briefly last night, it's an exciting time to join Beach Commission because it's basically reinventing itself as we repopulate it. So I think your perspective and your talent and in that area would be a good fit, and I think it'd be fun too. I mean, I enjoyed, after you left, we had a very lively conversation, and I think it's going to be a really good committee that's going to get some stuff done. One thing that they discussed last night was being able to do the outreach to the different beach associations and to find partners to help with all of the things that are possible with beach commissioning. And could you just give us a little idea of your connections within the community that could help facilitate sort of expanding being able for them to facilitate the completion of the charge there?
Sure. I'm not aware that I specifically know people in those beach associations, but I also just have come to know so many people in town over the last few years that I'm guessing I do. I just haven't asked them and I haven't found out. But yeah, we've only been here 3 years, but in that time, through volunteer work for the police department, through my wife having a job as a teacher in town, like our Scituate network has grown exponentially in a very short amount of time. So I'm sure that if I haven't met or been to the house of someone on one of these, I'm gonna be able to get an intro almost instantly. So just through my network, I feel like I pretty easily be able to start connecting people. Yeah, and I love bringing people together, so I'd be all about it.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to that. I think you have an interesting perspective on an aspect of Beach Commission that really isn't in the focus, so it'd be interesting to have that line of sight as we start looking at new developments there.
Andrew?
I mean, it's I'm the liaison to the Commission on Disabilities, and it's actually we're going to talk about it tomorrow about Egypt Beach and access issues there and Front Street, things that you've discussed. As we discussed before, that cross-pollination could be really powerful, and I think it's a very wonderful outlook to have, because no matter anyone's ability, I think we agree that they have a right to go to that beach and access it. So, yeah, I mean, I think, being able to listen to those different voices and interact would be a really good addition. So I appreciate you putting your...
Yeah, and I would just add that I think your energy would be really well needed, for lack of a better term, at 9:30, because it's a new commission. So your energy and your ideas that you're already bringing forth would be terrific, I think, as well. And that commission made a lot of progress really quickly, and then they all said, we're done. So it's almost picking up at, from where all they made and taking it to that next level. So it seems like you have that nice perspective, which would be nice.
And with the beach societies, you need to know the password. Only kidding.
And the secret handshake.
There are some of them that are a little more difficult to penetrate than others, but Well, thank you for coming in, and, you know, we appreciate it, and it looks like we might be heading toward the Beach Commission with you, but I can't speak for the rest of our crew, but appreciate your candor about the various committees. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. All right, who else do we have waiting? Oh, I think it's poor Kevin Cafferty.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes. How about a break, everyone? 5 minutes? If we can start.
Thank you. We'll be as quick as we can.
That would
We
be
parted
good.
down to 47 slides.
Good.
You know, first of all, we're going to try to show the energy and enthusiasm. I think the girl's name was Alana.
Yes.
If I have half her energy,
Lena.
this would be
Kept
great.
us all up here.
She was all fired up. So, basically, this is the results of our sanitary sewer evaluation. Bob Rafferty's here from Environmental Partners. He was in charge of a lot of this work, and obviously Will's here and myself. And we're gonna get into it a little bit, and we'll show you what the findings are, and we'll try to get through as quick as we can for everybody and let everybody learn something. And maybe we'll just hit the lights and get it started. Oh, thank you.
We can see it. All right, never mind.
I don't think we can do it.
Yeah, we can see
We
it.
went through this before. We decided to keep the lights on. I can't remember why.
We can keep the lights on.
So we don't fall asleep.
There you go.
Now you can see me eat.
Thank you.
They have a copy also.
Yeah.
And we'll hand it right over to...
Good evening. So as we discussed just a short while ago, we're looking for infiltration and inflow, which is basically clean water taking up space in the sewer that you don't want in there because you need the space for the stuff that goes in the sewer. So the program really looked at the older sewers, the non-PVC pipe throughout town, mainly in the northeast along the coast, from Egypt Beach to First Parish Road. A lot of numbers in here, but we did a multi-phase program where we put smoke bombs in the sewer, looking for inflow sources, that sort of thing. We did some spot gauging in the sewers, 95 locations, trying to figure out where most of the flow was coming from. A whole bunch of manhole inspections, and we put a camera in the pipe for over 63,000 feet. All right. So this is a quick map showing you where the CCTV camera went. It's pretty much all of the sewers in that general area there. We're trying to be as comprehensive as we could. In fact, the TV crew moved so quickly, we were able to do additional footage under the contract, so we got a little bit extra out of it. You can see it's all the side streets coming up from the coast. We did not do Oceanside Drive. That's pretty problematic for a contractor to do because of flows and, you know, when the flows are coming and when they're not coming. It's kind of hard to schedule them and get them to do that. The town is doing it themselves with their crew, and if they could staff that up fully, they'd be able to do a lot more of this work at less cost than, you know, have a subcontractor do it anyway. So findings, right to the gist of it. The smoke testing identified 13 definite sources, all right? These are downspouts, catch basins directly connected to the sewer. Only 8 of them are on private property. The crew listed 58 possible sources, and frankly, I'm not sure, you know, most of them will end up turning to be sources, but they're like downspouts going into the ground, that sort of thing that could be connected. Manholes, we did manhole inspections of 300 manholes. Manholes themselves are all concrete. There's been work done on them in the past. There's not a lot of infiltration coming in from them. But if you know manholes at the very top of the concrete structure, there's usually a few layers of brick before you get to the cover, the frame and cover, and that's to get it to level with the road. And that's where we're seeing all the defects right there. So mortar's falling out, the bricks are falling out. This could be, and the pavement around the manholes might be settling. So these could be huge sources of inflow. All right. Wouldn't you know that most of the infiltration that we found is not really along the coast, it's further uphill. The soils in town are not very conducive to letting groundwater flow away. It tends to follow the trench of the sewer, and a lot of the infiltration is sort of uphill at higher elevations. Then the flow gauging program, we found most of the sewer, the infiltration coming from, you know, say 8 to 10 locations. What we did is we put a flow gauge, say, in manhole 1, and then we went upstream and flow gauge manhole 5, and then we did manhole 10. And if we found a huge difference in flow between 1 and 5, we knew that most of the flow was coming from that section there. So we did that throughout. Found almost, by measuring that flow instantaneously, is almost 500,000 gallons a day of infiltration, taking up space in your sewers, and that on that one night, okay? The manholes, as I said, there's really not much infiltration coming in from them. So then we went in with the TV camera, and out of that, almost 500,000, we found 400. That's basically, a one-time thing. We look, we make an estimate, so pretty much about the same amount of flow. I should note that a lot of your flow is coming from where the building services connect to the sewer and from up in the building service itself, okay? Your sewers aren't as bad as some have seen, frankly. So you look at this little chart right here, this little figure. It says infiltration at tap break-in on all of these. At tap factory, that's where they, oops, gotta go back now. That's where the pipe comes with a fitting on it to connect to for a building service, and that's where the leak was happening. We also see for tap break-in, right there, that's where there was no fitting for this, and they had to break into the pipe. And this is where we usually find a lot of it. But we're seeing a lot of it coming from up the pipe. We actually launched the camera up a bunch of these service laterals, these building connections, and found they were leaking further and further up towards the house. It's a significant problem here.
When you say building, you're talking a house, right?
Homes, right? That's what I
Yeah, a
thought.
service lateral from a house, the plumbing connection, yes. So, and it, for the Cedar Point project was very similar to that too. It's like when the water comes in and it starts percolating in the ground, it goes right into these pipes coming from the homes. And we're seeing a lot of that in this program. Okay, so just from the private inflow sources from the smoke testing, you could say there's like 30,000 gallons per day to come in when there's a storm or when there's, a flood or some sort that would come in from that time. What we're proposing is that you do a sort of a multi-phase program and attack the worst cases first that you can do without having to dig up the streets. And I think you can do this through the inside of the pipe itself. It's called trenchless technology. We target up to 210,000 gallons per day there. So on this figure, the blue lines are where we're proposing that you do some trenchless technology. It's basically lining the pipe inside with another pipe. And then we put on little we call them top hats, that gets fused to that and goes up into that service lateral, that building connection for a foot or two.
And where is that blue line?
That's Egypt, Tilden in Egypt
Tilden
Beach.
Road? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that off to the right there is like sort of Norwell. When I say on this chart here, we're going to put CIPP is cured in place pipe liner, and says it can remove 100% of that infiltration. I'm saying it can remove the infiltration that's at that point right there, but water follows the pipe. So we try to, it could pop up somewhere else and another defect somewhere else. So we try to do like large segments at a time and kind of get a whole area and contiguous liners and what we can, so we can prevent that from happening, okay? So 567 top hat lateral connections, that's the building connections, all right?
So is it like a sleeve? I mean, it's a...
It's a felt liner, and they pull it in, and then they inflate it, and they cure it with steam or heat or UV. Then they go back in with the robotic cutter, and they cut out all the building connections. So there's a hole there, and then we go back in, and then we seal that up. So it's just one contiguous pipe, okay? As if you just laid a pipe the whole way without any joints in it whatsoever.
Andrew, you look surprised on that. We'll have to bring you out and do this camera. The little robot we put in there and it goes down and carries the lines. It's amazing stuff.
Well, that's incredible. And then the 210, 100,000, that's per day, and that's essentially just increased capacity, because that's what we're...
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. We'll never get 100% of it out, but liner is the best way, or the most effective solution for it. And we found over the years that putting those little top hats on, sealing those connections goes a long way too. What we're not doing is we're not trying to line all the way up into the house. We can do that too, but if you have a problem, these don't always work, you have to cut them back out again, then you're digging it up anyway, all right? So I know the town has a program for inspecting service laterals and property transfers, so that's the way you can attack that sort of thing. The yellow, by the way, is where we're proposing that the pipes are in such bad condition that you need to be excavated. All right, so I'm going to show you that a little bit. So as you can see, not everywhere we did the CCTV will be rehabilitation. This is the trenchless program, and we're trying to group them into big contiguous areas so that the leak doesn't pop up. And that what I was just showing you on that last slide was right in this area here, and this is what we're thinking we need to dig and replace this piece here to make this in one big contiguous area, okay? Excavation, though, gets expensive because you have to pave, right? What we talked to Will and Kevin about was doing a program similar to Cedar Point. In Cedar Point, we had this wrap that went around the outside of the pipe, right? Because when you try to seal something from the inside, you always have the water pressure pushing on it. But if you can do it from the outside, it's pushing that seal on the defect, right? So if you're gonna dig up a pipe and you're gonna dig up the street, go all the way to the house and replace it, all the way to the house, because we're seeing in these areas that those laterals are leaking, and then you wrap the outside of the pipe. We can talk, I think that's on one of your,
It's on the agenda.
Yeah.
Requesting
So the first location is in that Egypt Beach Road, Tilden Road area. It's like cost per gallon per day is $22, but you can see how fast it escalates and how, we get to a point where there's not a lot of infiltration that we found there. At some point, all of these areas will have to be addressed because they're structurally deficient in some manner. But at this point, we don't see the need for doing all of this right away, okay? And there's another 100,000 gallons we're targeting in these areas. So this goes right to what we were just talking about, updating your sewer rules and regulations. This is a photo of a house building connection with the clean out, and there's a pipe wrap on the outside of the joints. We originally thought that you'd only need to do this in places like Cedar Point or Oceanside, right where it's right on the coast when you get some flooding. But the water levels, groundwater levels are so shallow here that we're saying that really should extend this throughout the community. And plus it gives all these contractors who have to figure out, am I in a flood zone or am I not in a flood zone? How am I going to do this repair? At least it's all consistent for them throughout, so there's no confusion whatsoever. So our recommendation is that for all of your sewers, your building services, new mains, that sort of new manholes, that you do this pipe wrapping technique. And I think it's be pretty effective out at Cedar Point. Yeah. And lastly, we're asked to look at inflow penalties. Okay, so if someone has a roof leader connected to the sewer, or there's sump pumps connected to the sewer, and the community finds it, and what do you do about it? Well, you tell them it's illegal, you have to get rid of it. But what's the incentive? There are two Mass General laws, we call them Chapter 40 and Chapter 83, that allow the town to assess penalties for violating bylaws, just right across the board. But there's also one for common sewers. And believe it or not, it allows you to penalize someone not exceeding $5,000 each day of the violation. All right. I don't know anybody who's ever done that. It's enough to scare enough people that they don't, they do something about it. But right now, is it $50 a month?
Yeah, we have $50, and that's one of the things we were going to build up. If somebody has to spend a couple $1,000s to get the I&I out, and if they had a choice of getting a $50 fine a year, they can take the $50 fine for quite a long time before everything balances out. So, DPW, we're not in the manner to be out finding people or anything to that effect, but if we are dealing with this, we would like a little bit of a hammer to give people the incentive to remove the I&I.
Yeah, it's really just about the incentive. And there are several different ways of doing this, but it has to be enough to incentivize people to do something about it. And most towns like Westwood, they're $1,000 the first time, and then they escalate. So $1,000 seems to be a good spot where you hopefully never have to assess the fine, but it's enough to get people's attention to say, oh, I need, because it's going to cost me $3,000 to $5,000 to fix this, or whatever. Mm-hmm. It gives them enough incentive to do something. Okay, so summary of the town staff work with property owners to remove that inflow. There's some on municipal property that they're already addressing. Do the trenchless rehabilitation project. That's by far the biggest bang for the buck and the most amount of infiltration that you'll find. And there are some small spot excavations associated with that, but it's not a big deal. And then, maybe that first dig and replace following the trenchless to kind of fill in all those gaps and then see where you're at. All right, and see what really the effect of this program is. How much have you gotten out? Do you have enough to do what you need to do and keep the treatment plant from violating its permit? And again, the 2 regulation changes to do the pipe wrap throughout the community and to increase that inflow source fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we'll go-
Questions from the board?
I just have one. Is the is this $3.7 million to cover those priorities that you outlined? Okay.
That's the total rehabilitation project cost, yeah, the trenchless, yeah.
And my question is, how do you find these service leaks? Is it the town finds them and then tells the homeowner, or upon transfer of a property, we're requiring inspections now, I believe?
We
So
are
that
requiring
there would be,
inspections, and then we could also find it from, when we run the camera down there.
Right.
The camera can go up, and if there's a lot of water coming out at
Yep.
3 o'clock in the morning, we know there's a problem.
so there are 2 ways of dealing with it, either through the transfer or the sale, and then if we find it through these various inspections.
We found a couple dozen. And we actually, we do the mainline pipe camera, and it's a special camera that can go up the laterals, the building connections. So we did a pilot of that, and over 50% of the ones we looked at were leaking up that pipe. So, yeah.
Other questions, Ms. Canfield?
Thank you for synthesizing all of that work. It's very helpful. My question is really for Kevin. So for years we've been talking about the infiltration and inflow issues. So Cedar Point, 100% is the first problem. And then second is Oceanside. And you mentioned that Oceanside is going to be, the town's going to do that evaluation?
So Oceanside is a much bigger pipe. It takes the flow from the main pump station down there, and we know we have some problems with the services as well as miscellaneous stuff. It was addressed, but not to the extent. Will's got his camera, and he's doing some evaluations on Oceanside himself now.
Then you would anticipate, in addition to these recommendations, there would be a
Potentially.
And then my last question would be on the whole timing is, if we think that that's where we can get the biggest bang for the buck, and what's the timing on these recommendations and/or that goes?
So I think where you're getting to, if I can guess, is that there's probably 110,000 gallons that could be freed up for North Scituate, if that went in. And we have some identified areas where if we spent the 3.7, that we would have an estimated, was it 210,000 gallons? Out of that 210,000 gallons, that's if you get everything. But it usually leaks come up in different locations. It'll pop up down the line or somewhere there. But hopefully we would be able to gain enough at that point for North Scituate, and plus. And then we would continue evaluating. It's a moving system. You can continue evaluating everything. It's always leaking, at different locations, unfortunately. We've done smoke testing in other miscellaneous stuff on Oceanside Drive in the past, and as well as the flow monitoring, we've been able to isolate some of the larger areas. So I think is that a 48-inch pipe or a 36?
24-inch.
24-inch. So it's a much bigger pipe there. It moves the water from the pump station. So it's not a, some of these other pipes, we're dealing with smaller pipes. It's easier. It's much harder to line a 24-inch pipe than a 6 or an 8-inch pipe that we have going down a smaller street. So it's bang for the buck.
It's actually large enough that one of the devices we're using to investigate it with right now is a flotation raft. So a literal raft device that can fit in the sewer pipes at that location.
We'll get, rides. But, so these are locations that were identified. When they were doing the study, they looked at it, they saw additional significant flows coming there and looked as a way that we could gain some of the flows. But it's like anything. You can keep chasing it, to remove all this inflow.
Oh, totally get that. So the follow-up question my question really was about, if these recommendations are implemented, how long are we talking? Is this a 1-year project, a 5-year project?
Well, it might take
I'm gonna say construction seasons, it might take up to 2 years to do all this work. And then,
Just on these, right?
Just on this one.
just on this yeah, and then, once you complete the work too, just like we did at Cedar Point, it's not gonna be like, oh, we flipped a switch, now the plant's only doing 500,000, we're all set. It's gonna take a while to see it out and go through a couple seasons to see, rainy season and a dry season to see what's actually going on and do your yearly average to eventually present to the DEP, so it is.
And that's why we've adopted this multifaceted approach to implement these new policies, so that as we're moving forward with these larger construction projects, that we're not adding new leaks to the system, accommodating our local residents.
You may have said this and I missed it. So is the recommendation to do this before Oceanside, or is Oceanside?
Yes.
It is, because I always thought Oceanside was our next
All of these,
project.
Yeah, all these roads primarily extend from Oceanside. So as far as location on a map, Oceanside is the placeholder name. But the Oceanside interceptor itself, at least from the investigations we've conducted thus far, relatively minor in leaks, pleased to say. However, it's probably going to be recommended that a liner be installed at that location, depending on the rest of that study.
But this is the next recommended step.
So when they did the Oceanside, they did a broad, one of our earliest studies did a broad study and said the Oceanside area has a lot of inflow.
Right.
This study got more in-depth, and they put flow meters in and worked their way up to some of the different locations and found out where that inflow is coming in from Oceanside. So, yes, we probably are getting a lot from the houses along Oceanside Drive, but we're getting more from that upper area, and that's how they identified the most bang for the buck, where you could do the most,
Okay.
inflow. And sometimes, to be honest with you, I feel, when inflow, it's like the dog chasing its tail. You're always fighting it. You're doing a lot of work, and the work needs to be done, but then it pops up downstream too. So that's the hardest part. I'm never comfortable saying, oh, we'll get 210,000 gallons out, because the study says, because in reality, it mightn't be that much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna, so I think you said somewhere in there that you think most of the leakage is from the hookup from the house.
Yeah, it's from the joint where that makes it to the main and further up on the line, yes.
So how do we, isn't it the responsibility of the homeowner to keep that secure? What sort of program can we get in place where the homeowner goes and wraps their pipes and looks into this, as opposed to the town?
Well, that's what that fine is all about.
Well,
Yeah,
no.
doing these $4 million projects.
That's one of the things that Will's been implementing. There was a rule in the books that said anytime you sold a house.
I know
you had to
upon
inspect the
sale, but
service.
there's we're never gonna get there at that.
You're right, and that's one of the things we've had a hard time wrapping our hands around. We'd love to, it's hard on private property. We have the same thing with water service leaks. People's water is leaking before the meter, and they say we're not paying for it until we threaten to put a meter in the street to read the water, and we wind up spending more money sometimes than, it is for the service. So it's tricky.
Yeah. Are there any other communities doing anything different than what we're doing?
Well, yeah, there's variations in every program, but the building connections themselves are the trickiest part, frankly. There, like I said, there are liners you can go almost all the way up to the house. Those work if you don't run into problems, then you dig it up, because it's just so hard to do. But most communities are sort of shying away from telling private property owners to do something to their property. What you have now with this program on the sale of property is unusual in most communities. Most communities don't even go that far.
Well, could I ask if water is getting in to these building connections, doesn't that mean that stuff that's coming out is coming out of the pour joints?
Not necessarily. If there's groundwater around the pipe that's coming in, that means the pressure outside is greater than the pressure inside, so it's all going to come in. And yes, if the groundwater dropped, yes, there could be exfiltration,
Yeah.
yes, which you don't
So-
want to see.
You would think that homeowners would not want to have that happening on their property. But if we're doing the inspections and we find that there's, bad connections to the houses, can't we simply present the homeowners with the evidence that you have a leaky connection and you have to fix it?
We can, but the biggest problem is how do we force them to fix it?
Well, with fines, I guess.
What's the cost of repair?
I mean, it could be
Julie.
$2,500,
Yeah.
it could be $3,000,
Anywhere from $2,500 to $10,000, depending on the
it
setback of
depends.
the
If
home
somebody
and
has
the
a
nature of
cobbled
the defect.
driveway and it's all concrete work, it's obviously more
Yeah.
expensive.
That makes sense. Anyone else?
I mean, yeah, I'd love to learn more what other communities do. I mean, is it going to be the carrot or the stick for how you get these folks to do it? I mean, if there's some incentive for someone to do it or not, or, I mean, who's going to raise their hand and say, yeah, come inspect me, but, no, if it's I'm actually, I love the work that you've done. It's good news that even for 2.7, you can get about 105,000 gallons. It's actually, I'm ready. Let's go.
How much does 210,000 gallons generate in revenue? What's the average homeowner?
That's hard to put a percentage on because it's usually a percentage of the water bill, how much water they're using. So, I would say if anything, it's more wear and tear on our pumps because we're removing additional water and electricity. I mean, we have insane electric bills that we get monthly from the treatment plant, because we have a UV system and everything else.
Yep. Important to point out, these leaks not only let in groundwater and ocean water and things like that, but silt can also seep into the lines. So fine sands that wreak havoc for things like seals and pumps downstream.
Or even clogs, backups.
Yep.
So it's tricky. Do you want us going out to people on their private property when we identify them and finding them significantly and, tell them they gotta replace their sewer service because, if we set a certain gallon, it's a tricky subject, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I think a good number of residents would want to fix it. There will be the people that we have mentioned before where they don't want to go on their property to do it, but there is a percentage that would say, okay, if I'm doing this, I'll fix my system.
Yeah.
So if we can identify them, I think it's.
And that'd be the first thing we'd do, identify them and make people aware of it. It's just, I don't know how we would transition if people said, no, I have no incentive to do it and I'm really not worried about it. That's a tricky thing.
Right.
Do we know how many houses, do we know how many houses have transferred since we started the new policy? I mean, I don't know the pace of inspections, because now they have to do it, right?
Yeah.
Sale.
How many have you done?
Let's see, we've had roughly, I believe it's like roughly 30 to 36 inspection videos submitted to our department.
What's 10,000 divided by 36?
No, it's 7,000 houses.
Yeah, only about a third of the town is sewered, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
good point, though.
So there's only.
So we've done 1%.
So there's only so you're only talking about what, like 2,500 homes?
3,000.
So 3,000.
10%
Gosh,
of
we did 1%.
Even if that's just what we did, but 7.5 million. Town paid for it, all of us.
In 100 years, we'll get them all. Well, great work. It's amazing the stuff you're able to do and identify.
Jim's been asking Will to put a YouTube video up showing the pipes going down Oceanside Drive, so
you know, it's food for thought. It is exciting. Some of us do watch
I
those
bet a lot of people
videos.
would watch it, see what's inside those pipes.
Okay.
Okay.
Next, modification to sewer assessments. We don't have to do anything about this particular item that we just discussed, right?
No, we're just going forward, and I believe we'll be asking for those funds to do that sewer work.
Okay.
Going forward. We wanted to present the study and what the results are
No,
from the
we
study.
appreciate it, yeah, that's great.
And will there be a vote on the recommended fines at some point change?
Yep, that's number 5 for the.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's down
coming,
there.
it's coming.
Okay.
That's why I just
Come on,
wanted to
Karen.
clarify.
You're better than that.
All right. Modification to sewer assessments and user charges. Would like to take the lead on this, Will?
Take the lead on that, or would you like me? Yep. So we're looking to modify some of the way that we assess fees or distribute fees for the department. We talked about this at a prior meeting. Essentially, we have an issue where structures are built on site and those structures are then built out. These structures, when they have utility services run out to them, those utilities, use the capacity of the utility service. So we want to be able to capture the use of these buildings by providing a fee for that. Currently, there's a fee existing for accessory dwellings. However, we're noticing that any sort of accessory use on these properties increases the total amount of flow coming from any given lot in town. And as a way to capture that cost, we'd like to be able to issue a standard fee for that type of construction. And it's capture the cost as well as be aware about it when it's going in, because this is an example that somebody could run a pipe to a building and go through building department, do it under the plumbing code, and we don't even know about it. They're using the wrong pipe or the wrong materials, or there's potential leaks. So, and it clarifies this because now building knows any freestanding structure. It doesn't matter if it has a kitchen or a bathroom or anything else. It's any freestanding structure that has water and sewer is assessed a fee, as well as the ability for these guys to track down and see what's going on there.
This is what we talked about last.
Yep.
meeting.
Yes,
Yep.
that we discussed as
motion?
being somewhat clear as mud. Did you
I think
have
I'm pretty
questions,
clear.
Karen?
I have a couple.
I thought so.
I did listen to the conversation, and I did have some questions from that. I'm sorry I wasn't here. So, first question I have on this proposal is, if Tony decides to build an addition to his house, and he adds a half bath to that house, there's no increase
Nope.
to his, he doesn't have to pay another connection fee. So if then Tony, I'm going to just keep it with Tony. So then Tony decides he's got a detached garage, and he wants to put his office out there because he never goes out of his house anymore. Then he puts in a shower and a toilet, because why wouldn't he? How is that different than adding an addition to your house? And why is it?
Well, it's a different free-flowing structure. So you have a pipe now that connects the garage back to the house to get it out, or it would go back to the street, one or the other. It'd be a separate
Well,
line.
would go to the house, or otherwise you'd know about it because they'd be digging up the street. So how is that use different to the resident?
How is the use different compared to somebody adding well, look at necessarily the building area or to that effect. What we're finding is a lot of these people are turning these garages into B&Bs and other miscellaneous stuff, and they are getting a lot of use as well as a lot of flow coming out of there.
I guess what my concern with this proposal is that I'm not convinced that this is the right tool to solve that problem. I think that it can penalize somebody that's just, got a home office out there that, maybe there's questions about making sure that it's done correctly, or if they haven't built, maybe it's a building permit or something, but I'm not convinced that it's solving the right problem. Is it an Airbnb?
Well, if they have a home office, they might need a kitchen and a bathroom. You could always go back to the house also if you had to use the bathroom or.
He's not allowed to go back to the house when he gets to work.
Well, it happens, I'm sorry, Tony. But we did survey other communities to see what they did for similar types of fee structures. We found that a good number of communities will issue fees based on the number of bedrooms and the number of rooms being connected. However, that wasn't the model that Scituate uses. Situate's got this primary dwelling, accessory dwelling model for fee structures. So we sought to adapt the current model.
Yeah, I think that gets to the heart of my concern, is like, it makes sense if you go from a 3-bedroom to a 4-bedroom, or whatever, you know, but that makes more sense that there should be an incremental increase, but you're paying for that flow.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
I'm trying to-
I felt exactly the same way that you did, and then I learned that it's 50% of the problems is that external pipe. But the issue is that having that pipe underground, now you're having 2 different problems, one at each end because it's a pipe, and then that's where half of our issue all over everything is. So at first it was like, oh, wait a minute, but now that I understand that it's all underground and that's where the issue is, to me, I think it seems like the right.
But how many of those are pulled permits? Is it just, you know, Joe going out and putting a pipe out, or how does that, or a plumber? It's usually a plumber.
But that's what my understanding is of this whole thing, is that it's to give the building department a tool in order to be consistent, because what they're finding are people are coming in, building these separate structures, and then afterwards adding in the water and sewer, and there's no recuperation of those.
And so now some people can
Right?
say, I'm just adding a bathroom, and then they build it all out, so they avoid the fee, as well as, you know, the building department looks at them differently. And then the building department's done, and then they add a kitchen, or they add whatever they need after the fact, and there's no way of catching that. What we're trying to do is just any structure, any other structure, it would classify so that it could be, addressed.
So it's $14,000 for the water, and how much is a half a sewer? I've forgotten what the sewer.
8,000 currently.
What?
8,000 for half sewer fee.
8,000. So Tony's she shed just became $22,000 on top of.
You don't have to pay for both,
I
right?
thought that was water and half a sewer. Did I read that wrong?
Only if there is sewer, right?
With
So if I bring water and sewer to my garage, I have to pay 14 for the water and 8 for the sewer?
Well, you wouldn't have sewer where you are, but potentially. Is that correct, the way it's worded?
Under the water article, the water director, who isn't here to comment tonight, but they've essentially asked to move their fee to match the same model, so seeking a half water connection fee for these accessory use structures. So instead of the 14, it would be 7.
Mr. Goodrich?
I guess I'd say also, I'm also much more concerned about doing what we can to get North Scituate sewer before Tony built a she shed with getting that. If that's what we're doing to make sure that we can get those offices sewer, and this is gonna help us get there by making sure we have the inflow, then I'm totally for it. Because that's expanding offices in sheds.
So accessory dwellings now is the half and half?
Right now, it's half in sewer and full in water.
For full, except if you go and get your right permits and do it the right way.
And you have to go to the planning board, and you have to go
Yeah.
to your neighbors, and,
Yeah.
you know, so Tony builds a she shed, and then he moves, right?
I hope you're getting this in
He moves.
Isn't it a man cave if Tony's
This guy
building
comes
it?
in and says, I'm gonna rent that out. I'm gonna put a kitchen in and rent it out. He's gotten around paying for it, he's gotten around all the regulations.
Yep.
We have one situation in town where there was a house and a garage and a couple other structures, and they connected them all through the main house. Then they subdivided it, and now they want to sell it, and we're like, you have to put each one of those on its own connection. Because there's 4 different houses there now. But there was a garage, it became an apartment. It was a shed, and it became an apartment. It was something else, it became an apartment. And they're all running through the same meter to the house, and spaghetti out through the yard into these units. And then they
Well, he
subdivided it.
clearly didn't come to the town for a building permit for that stuff.
It only came up because they wanted to subdivide, right?
Right, it only came up to the others because they wanted to subdivide.
I mean, the people we're looking for, you know, if somebody wants to add a bathroom or even add an office, there's no increased usage. You know, it's just another room. Unless you're adding bodies, you're not adding usage. I mean, what you're trying to catch is the people that are,
And you pay the same fee if you've got a 3-bedroom or a 5-bedroom home for the water and sewer when you build.
well, you pay the usage, the same,
Pay the usage,
the same
yes,
hookup fee.
You pay the usage.
You know, we're really just trying to catch the people that are abusing the system. You know, and there's probably a better way to catch them than this fee where you're gonna actually sweep in people that aren't trying to, you know, buck the system.
Well, it gives, it kind of defines it for the building department. So that the building department, any new structure that has water and sewer, it triggers that so that water and sewer at least get notified that that's going in, you know.
Right.
I mean, I think we all agree with that.
Yeah.
But I think at that point you look at it and say, what is it? You know, and then it's a transformation from something that isn't illegal to something that is.
So if you were doing the right thing right now in building your shed out back and you were gonna transform it, and you wanted to put a kitchen in it, a bedroom and everything else, you would pay those fees, the fees that we're talking about now. If you instead decided, I'm not going to put a kitchen in, you would not have to pay those fees. Then the next person down the line, or, you know, 2 months later, you put a kitchen in, that's completely lost on, it's a way to avoid the fee.
Right, well, that's the person, but if I'm just going out to my barn and I just want to have a faucet.
But that fee's already been established. If you're adding, yeah, if you have a faucet, but then, you know, that's a different story.
Well, technically, I'd have to pay a water hookup, right? If I wanted to add a sink to my barn so I could
Wash your horse.
wash my horse.
Horses and everything else.
And the she shed.
Yeah. So that would cost me $16,000.
I think he said it's a half, correct, for the water?
He wants to change it to a half, right?
Yeah, he wants- So right now, yes, it could potentially charge you, you know, if you had to run a new service, it could
Right,
charge
but that's
you
not the,
16.
that's not the one we're trying to get. We're trying to stop the people that are gonna turn that into an apartment.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What are we trying to do here?
Right.
Are we trying to stop, are we trying to, if you want to build a barn, you build a barn, you need a permit to build a barn, right? You
Right.
need to go through the planning department and somebody to make sure the setbacks are right.
Correct, and that's not a problem when
No.
you build your bond.
Right, but, so, when someone comes in and now they want to add plumbing, and they want to add electricity, doesn't matter, the plumbing and the water, now you've got whatever you want. You can put a bed in there, you can put a microwave, you can put a hot plate, you don't have to, you know, you can put in a little refrigerator and all of a sudden you've got a studio apartment or whatever. So this seems to me to be more of a permit issue, that if someone comes in, so they don't have to come in to get water into their barn? They've got to
Correct.
talk to someone in the town, don't they?
Correct, they would go through the building department, and they might bring a water line over there, but if they're, the way it's set up now, if there's not a kitchen, then there's no way for water or sewer to even be involved in that. They do that with plumbers.
Mr. Goodrich?
Manager, is the objection, is that you think it's that some folks think it's too punitive? If it was $1,000, is that more amenable? At $500, is it the price that's too expensive, or is it just the principle?
Well, I think, why would you actually go through the real process of getting putting an accessory dwelling? Why would you go through that if you could do it, you know, on this sort of other track? That's what I'm
Well, it's
trying to
illegal.
figure out.
Well, if people come to us, we don't say, you know, all you gotta do is skip putting the kitchen in and you can avoid, you know what I mean? And some people do it the right way, a lot of people do. You know, when
And
they
I'm
come
sure a
in
lot
and-
of people don't.
And we're trying to
If they
just
can
make
figure
it.
it out.
The idea was this, we had town council, Will, we had the planner, we had building department, they tried to come up with a solution, the best solution to avoid this issue continually happening, and it does happen a lot. And the idea was to change the wording so that it's any structure that has addition, so that the building inspector isn't trying to determine if somebody has a kitchen, if somebody has a toilet or whatever the requirements are. It's just any structure that would have water and sewer would be issued a fee. And then it could be traced by the sewer department and the water department.
I understand, but that's a big sweeping net, and you're catching a lot of people that aren't doing anything wrong. You're catching people in that net that are just adding a faucet to their garage, or an outdoor shower outside of their garage or something. And those aren't the people we're trying to charge $8,000 to. There's got to be another way to find the people that are turning things into livable units that should be paying the fee. I mean, that's my take.
Is perhaps the building code. I mean, you go to, Tony builds his shed, he goes and gets a permit because he wants to do the setbacks, right? It's just, it's a she shed, and, I don't know, I don't know this, I don't know the answer, so presumably there are conditions, right? I mean, maybe it's an inspection issue. As a condition, you may never X, Y, and Z, and if they do, they get charged the fee. But that puts the burden on inspection.
Right.
But those are the people, to me, those are the folks you want to be, he's got a lap pool in there now, we're going to go after him.
Well, the problem is, they're saying is, I'm not the abuser, the next guy is.
But would the permit would the conditions be transferable in sale?
I don't know how they could be.
If they're buying as is.
They're buying as is.
So then it would be a question of,
And I like to give Will a chance to defend it too, because he spent a lot more time working with planning and building than I did on some of the meetings. They had multiple meetings with town council, and this is what they came up with, the best solution. So I'll let you defend it to the details.
Yeah, the solution was the ability for us to just clarify this issue. We understand it is a substantial fee, but being able to provide clarity of when that fee is supposed to be required allows those in town who are planning to do construction or planning to do an addition the ability to plan for the costs for that. Whereas right now, those costs are rather ambiguous for our residents to plan for and work around. So we wanted to provide clarity of the policy for fees from that aspect. I do agree to the point that there is a need for more inspections, and I would certainly be happy to increase the sewer division staff, both for sewer inspections with our new inspection equipment, but also to get more involved in construction around town and keeping up with these modifications.
So, I guess what I would say is we're looking for a way to treat everybody kind of equitably on what they're doing for the houses or for however it is. If the fee structure is too high and the board feels the fee structure, maybe we lower the fee to a more equitable, solution. But the biggest thing I believe that the sewer department was going after with planning and with building is just to treat everybody equitably and not have that one person, the building inspector, making that call like, yes, you have to get sewer involved. No, you won't on this one. It just, any building would have, you have to do this, there's a fee in charge, and maybe the $8,000 or, the money is expensive, and maybe if somebody's running a water service out, it can come up, but it's just to take that ambiguity out of it so that he's not making that decision on the spot, and that we can track it so that we know where there's added sewer lines or water lines that we don't know about, that are potential, inflow, as well as water leaking, water losses, and we can track it. That's kind of what we're after. It wasn't not in any way, shape, or form, I want to point out like a money grab that we're going to fund the sewer or water departments off this.
Well,
I don't love it. I think that maybe there's a menu of fees depending on what you're actually doing. Again, I think we're trying to get the abusers, but you're gonna take a lot of non-abusers down with it.
Make a motion, would a quarter water connection fee be more tasteful than your?
Well, let's think about, give me a scenario where somebody's not doing something. So if somebody goes and just runs water to their garage so that they can have a little thing where they clean their plants. So you're gonna charge them $8,000 to do that.
Under this scenario, yes, and then if you were that person, you would say, it's not worth me to spend $8,000. I can bury a hose and connect my garden hose to it and get the same amount of water that I need. I don't need to go to this extent. If that was the case. It might be for somebody that has a garage in one area that runs water to it, and then they connect it up to sewer back to the house, and then next thing you know, they're renting it out on Airbnb. And that
Well,
house
see,
is being.
you just made the big jump.
Yep.
Right, so.
No, I did.
I'm saying the guy that's doing the first part, not the guy that's selling his thing on Airbnb. So I want to get these guys too.
Right.
But-
So I guess in that token is, how bad do you want the water, or how bad do you need the water out to the shed? I mean, that's somebody's personal decision if they want to spend the money on it, correct?
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to pay a plumber to do it, you
Yeah.
know?
The goal isn't conservation. Tony, I think, made the point. It's one person doing the same thing you do in the house or in the back, in his back barn. It's not gonna change the usage per se.
So, is there some reason why we have to decide on this tonight? Does anyone feel one way or the other?
I
Is-
personally can't support this the way, I just don't, I'm not convinced that it's the right tool. I'd like some more time to look at some, I know you guys have spent a ton on it, so maybe I'll just come and, sit
We'd gladly
there.
meet with anybody and see if we could come up
Yeah,
with for
more
a solution. In, what's more appealing to the board, one way or the other. And as I said, this was brought up in, we met with building, how can we know about these when these things are going on? And, we do have that.
Well, I think we're all in favor of that part,
Yeah,
but maybe there's a fee for $250 for a faucet and $8,000 for a bedroom, something along those lines, but you've gotta, you wanna find something that catches the guy that turns the faucet into the bedroom. I don't know where that mechanism.
no, it's tricky, and as I said, this is, there was a couple joint meetings, and they spent a lot of time on it, and this is what the conclusions were.
Well, it seems to me as though it starts with the building department, that whatever you want to do, whether you want to build a new barn or convert an old shed, that you should have to go to the building department to get a building permit to do it, which would then trigger all of these other, oh, you want to put a faucet in? That's this amount. Oh, you want to put a bathroom in? That's a different amount. Oh, you want to put in, and the bigger it gets, the more it becomes clear that, there's one thing about putting a potting shed sink out in your shed. There's another thing about putting a bathroom with.
So I think they based it off the way our fee structure is set up now and came up with half a unit for each, and just tried to keep it simple. So, we'll gladly go back and have some meetings and meet with council again and come up with other ideas that other towns are doing. And if one of the select board would like to work with us, we'd gladly work with them and make it, amenable to everybody. That's the idea of it. But our big concern is just finding out where these are and when they go
Right.
in and what happens to them. As I said, at least in my mind, it's not to generate revenue from this. It's to follow these, make sure they're installed correctly, and do the right thing. Last thing we want to do is get the person with a barn that has a
a faucet out there, you know what I mean? That's not the intent.
All right, so I think we're probably not going to decide on this tonight.
Okay.
Sorry to say. Update for Article 9, Section 11, two-pipe wrap requirement. Is that what we were talking about earlier?
So that was what we talked about in the proposal about wrapping the different service pipes so that it will prevent leaking in the future. And this isn't going to affect us. This is going to affect people down the line that are going to say, wow, this is great. These guys wrapped this pipe and look at the great results we have. It's saving us a lot of our inflow and infiltration. So we think it's a great idea, and that's why we wanted to put this into place.
Like a motion?
No discussion. Good.
Move that the Board of Selectmen update Article 11, Section 11.2 to require all sewers installed within Scituate to have all joints in sewer main services and infrastructure be double wrapped with a self-adhesive external PVC 10 milliliters minimum or an EDPM rubber wrap 30 milliliters minimum tape with a minimum wrap width of 6 inches.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. Thank you. The next is the...
The water assessment, we'll table that one.
Okay.
Because that's same as, it's the exact same as the sewer, it's
All
just
right.
brought up at 2 different locations.
All right.
And the next one is the sewer inflow penalty.
I'd like a little, I mean, I think to Andrew's point, is $1,000, like what, I'd like, I know you said some other communities do it, but I'd like to know the effectiveness, the efficacy of it. That's a big word for
So-
10:30 at night.
It is, that's a great one. So DPW, the last thing we want to do is be out issuing fines and out fining people and
Right.
everything else. So if we have an egregious area that's leaking significantly and we know it's contributing thousands upon thousands of gallons per day for our inflow and infiltration, we, instead of saying we're going to fine you $50 for the year or whatever, we'd like to at least have that threat that we could fine you up to $1,000 a month unless you repair that pipe, because the pipe could cost $2,000 or $3,000 to repair. It at least gives the incentive to do it. You know, I'll take Will's deputy dog badge away from him and make sure that he's not out fining people. I say it kiddingly, but Will, you know, that's the last thing we ever want to do is be fining people, you know, Karen, you know that, you know, you tell me everybody who's no, I shouldn't say that.
The fine's gonna be high enough that it
Yeah.
makes the person.
Incentives to, it gives them incentive to do it.
And it's $1,000 per month, so I see that. I thought it was like $1,000
Per day.
a year. No, I actually was thinking a year, so I was like, it's not really gonna be that much incentive. Okay.
Motion doesn't have, I think in the proposal it was 1,000 a month with a 90-day grace period, so that somebody could go fix it. Was that what I thought the backup said?
We usually
That's
work with
PowerPoint.
people anyways, because sometimes, you know, if we find it in December, January, February, we know you can't do much to it, but, you know, in the springtime, something to that effect. I wouldn't want to pin it down to 90 days, but, you know, we work with people.
Well, then we're just increasing.
We're increasing it from $50 to $1,000 a month.
By your motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen amend Appendix A of the Sewer Rules and Regulations Sewer Fee Schedule to change the sewer inflow penalty from $50 per month to $1,000 per month.
Second? Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you.
You just may.
So, we're
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
on to discuss vote special town meeting articles.
Is there a reason
So-
why we have to do that
The
tonight?
beginning.
I think, yeah, it's at the beginning.
I just wanna know when Tony got a horse. I'm still trying to figure that out.
What'd you say?
When did Tony get a horse?
You know, you stay here long enough, we'll
It's a unicorn.
get a few other things for him.
There's a horse in the she shed. Oh, my God.
I want to read those minutes.
So we already
Just like to
voted a
make
number of the
Lorraine right,
articles,
that's
yes?
Yes.
So what have we got
Ones that you
left?
can. Article 3, the first one, transfer to reserves. And really, the only question on that is whether the board wants to recommend putting money into the OPEB or not.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Famous OPEB question.
Yes or no? And then we can move forward.
Well, all right, discussion, what do we want to do about the OPEB?
Is that one?
Well,
It's the article that has the,
yeah, I know.
The warrant's on page, that'll be page 10 of your warrant.
Article 3.
Just have your packet.
Nancy, how'd you get that number again?
It's the excess of meals tax over estimate and the remark and see receipts.
Which is consistent with the financial policies, right?
No, it's consistent with what we did last year. We haven't defined in our policies what we want to do, if we want to do anything with OPEB.
Did we do it last year, or did we just do a part of that last year?
We did the same exact formula last year. It's just more this year because we had expected meals tax to be down by 50% and it wasn't.
That's a good sign.
yeah. Well, I for one would do it. Anybody else?
I vote to do it. Well, I would.
Yeah, I think, I vote to do until we define in the financial, how we're exactly going to deal with OPEB moving forward.
So we are dealing with OPEB. It's in our
Yes.
budget.
Yes.
This is excess. This is above and
Yes.
beyond what we put in it, what our current policies say.
Well, I mean, we've been advised to be more aggressive by all of our rating agencies.
Untrue.
This in and of itself is not going to change your rating.
No, but I know, but isn't it one piece that they look at every time when they come here and evaluate? I know it's not the only thing. That's not what I'm saying, but I feel like it's what they bring up every time they come here and take a look at.
I'm not going to fight it anyway. If you guys want to do it, do it. If you guys want to put it into the water system, you can do that too. If you guys care more about anything else in town than OPEB, you can do that.
Nancy, what?
Water is enterprise, it's a different pot. But I got the evil eye from Jim, so I'm sure.
Because you can still do it. You can use regular money on the water enterprise. We just don't. So.
I mean, like you said, there are plenty of other things that we need, but I think we needed to identify them before tonight. So if you had ideas of where you wanted that, whatever, if it's $200,000 or $100,000 to reduce this, where
Well, you
that,
shouldn't feel pressured that you have to do it tonight. It'll just go to free cash, and then next year, we can do anything we want with the free cash through capital or through anything you want.
so what number are you recommending, Tony?
I'm not. If you three are going to vote favor it, it doesn't matter. So I will not belabor the debate.
I think it does matter. I mean, I think there's other, I will say, the reason why I feel that way is I think there's other opportunities and other articles that I'm very willing to vote no on that will have extra money, that I would like to see that other money for things that you talked about. And I thought that,
What things did you talk about?
he just, at the last meeting, discussed if there's certain capital projects, which I agree, and I thought about that, about whether or not the bandstand or that parking lot, which still isn't fixed, across the street where the town forest is, which is still a mess. That way, sorry. I mean, yeah, there's, wherever we are.
Well,
I mean,
there actually
accessibility.
is money allocated to fix the bandstand through CPC. 2 years ago, they allocated, I think it was $81,000. So, we could spend all night trying to pick around and see, well, what projects would we want to do with this money, but I think it's the responsible thing to do to try to attack this in any way we can, in as perhaps a small way, but I just think it sends a message to the town that we care about, trying to deal with our liabilities that we know we've got. So that's just my opinion. So we can,
Well, I'll make a motion.
please,
Move that the select board approve Article 3, the transfers to reserve as written in the warrant.
second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. All in favor?
Aye.
3, 4, 1 opposed. Motion carries 4-0, 4-1. Mr. Vignani votes no. What?
Yep, sure.
Is that what I said?
Yep.
Okay. I might not have.
Okay.
So, next.
Article 4 is the feasibility study schematic design for the Hadley Elementary School.
We have not
We
heard
haven't
from
heard
the advisory committee, right?
Capital.
And capital planning. Do we want to wait until we hear from them, or?
That's my happy no vote, so I don't want to wait.
Why is it your no vote?
Oh, I can give you a million reasons.
So do you understand what this is?
Yeah, I do. And I looked at the 27 million that we could have spent on the last study, that we should have. You can fix both those schools for $14.7 million. There's still $90,000 worth of funding that they haven't spent on projects we approved 3 or 4 years ago. Never mind at $120,000 they still haven't fixed. We've been talking about the windows at Hatherley that they have an estimate for that they still haven't fixed, and that we've appropriated money for, and they haven't done anything. And the cynical side of me thinks that it was done, and we're waiting on this because it just looks really bad. And no other capital projects that they outlined have come before us for months and months and months. If this is such a problem, they should have come before us to fix some of this. It is absolutely one of the most financially irresponsible things in the 18 months I've been on this board for us to go forward on without going through all the different capital projects that we could have done and should have done years ago. Never mind the fact that the enrollment, there was 400 more students in our school system 15 years ago. And we suddenly think that there's a major problem? No, because we haven't been investing this whole time. And we suddenly think this is going to be fixed when we know how to fix it, and we just haven't done it.
Well, I don't debate you that, I don't disagree with you that the can has been kicked down the road. I don't disagree with you that we've got empty classrooms all over the town that no redistricting has been done to address anything either. However, they did submit an application to MSBA. We don't always get an opportunity to be accepted into that process. And it's my understanding, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that this is that one step that is required to even continue in that process. So I don't disagree with you, but maybe during the capital budget review, that's when you bring up, you know, where are you with all these other projects, right, that we've approved over the years. But this is, in my mind, ignoring the 45% potential donation from the state funding, right? That you're just going to throw away because you're angry at them because we've had deferred maintenance at those schools for years. Don't disagree with you.
So I have a question, Jim. Nancy, is it a foregone conclusion that if we were to do this feasibility study, is it a foregone conclusion that a brand-new school is the only answer? Or is it possible that in doing this feasibility study, they could reach the conclusion that a major overhaul of, let's just pick Hatherley School is the way to go, and that it's not building a brand-new building to the tune of $80 million, that perhaps the answer is to make improvements to the Hatherley School that would not necessitate a brand-new building? Or is it, by getting into this process, are we on that path?
That's a good question.
Not having done this in a long time, I'd say it's possible, but improbable.
Yeah. It seems they have a preference for new buildings. It seems,
Well, they did do a big feasibility study 2 years ago
Right.
where they had, you know, fix Hatherley and Cushing,
Yeah.
knock down one, build one big one. You know, they did go through all that.
Yeah.
So, meaning the
And
school
that-
department
was
did
that-
go through all
Was
that.
that feasibility study?
Yeah, that was like
So
2 years
it's
ago.
kind of, I guess,
Years ago, yeah.
They already started down that road, and they all voted on the single, larger capacity school at the Hatherley site. That's my understanding, like, that was their vote. So it's my understanding.
It was the school master plan from 2018.
So you go from four elementary schools to 3,
Right.
and then redistrict everything and change buses.
Yep.
I know we're gonna hear from them, but I'm telling you that this is gonna distract us from doing, we just heard from what we need to do. There are needs and wants. And this is the 18 study. I've been looking at it for, I'm telling you exactly, there are needs and wants. This is a want. Our kids are safe. All last year, the laundry room was my kid's classroom. And the superintendent has told us time and time again, their kids are safe, okay? They're fine. This is a want, it's not a need. Water is a need, sewer is a need, seawalls is a need, things in the master plan, which the school is not in there. None of this is in there in the master plan, which we're gonna vote on, and then we'll just ignore it because we're gonna go down this road. I know I'm getting worked up, but like, we're so close to fixing these big infrastructure projects, and we're not gonna be able to afford to do it all if we go, and I just want us to, at some point, say no, and do things we need to do and not want to do. But I'll stop, because we'll wait for capital, but.
well, and I think the MSB puts you through this to make sure that the town is on board, and once you spend $1.1 million, it's really hard to say, forget about it, walk away. So it sets you on a path. And I guess my question is the path inevitably a brand-new building, or would they be willing to fund significant improvements to, and maybe in addition to Hatherley
If you
School?
have other programs, the reimbursement level's not as high.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to speak for the schools, but one of the issues that they're concerned about is if you do too much renovation, then you start kicking off the handicap stuff.
Right.
Just taking a building like the Hadley or the Cushing from what it is to bring it up to today's accessibility codes gets really expensive fast.
Yeah.
And can I ask a question? Did I miss it, that meeting that I was not at? Has the school committee come before us to talk to us about their plan ever? Did I miss that when I was out a couple of weeks ago?
No.
But Bill was here at the last meeting. He spoke about this at your last meeting. He was here.
I wasn't here.
I don't think he,
Well,
I don't think he talked about it. No, he didn't.
He did briefly. He didn't have any questions, but that's why he was here. And you voted twice to send in the application,
Right,
Yeah, no, I know.
which this is the next thing
right.
since you sent in that application, so. I don't want to say the plan has kind of been before you, but they've been before you talking about this, and this is the next step.
Ms. Campion?
So it's just clarification. So when they say this is schematic feasibility for Hatherley School, we're not talking about the existing structure.
No.
So that's just sort of awkward. To Andrew's point, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, even if this all goes super well, we got how many years? 5 years before a building even would be on the horizon? Oh, we got a ways. Doesn't matter if it's 2 years or 5. And so if there are appropriated, approved capital programs that are projects that aren't being done, windows aren't going to pick up ADA. And those things need to get done. I heard you loud and clear, but don't put a new roof on a building you're tearing down. But, I did not realize that there were things that weren't being done. I think, Andrew, one of the things that we need to think about in this is not just the physical and, the $1 here, $1 there, is that the analysis of this also includes the type of education we're able to give the kids. And yes, you had a laundry room for a classroom, but I think that was very thoroughly vetted, that we look at the improvements in the programming they're doing in the gate structure because of the way the building is built. And yeah, maybe we could have done it, but they did that analysis already.
We have kids currently on the wait list for the VOTEC school, which is one of our public schools. And they're going again in front of us, in front of the school building assistants. The fact that we would not, and listen, if this 1.1 million was to improve Cushing or Hatherley, like actually fix it and not for a study, I'm in. Let's do it. Let's fix some of these things. If it's to help that kid get off that kid's still gonna be on the wait list. So we're gonna be, it's okay, even though we have empty classrooms, let's spend money on a study. The two largest capital projects that were in front has been a study and a study.
But this isn't really, so you're missing schematic design as well.
I understand,
So
exactly. But the kid at the VOTEC school is still gonna be on the wait list, and we have empty classrooms.
But if we don't do this,
Yeah, we're not gonna get a new school. Exactly.
okay.
And we should
And
focus
you're
on
okay
fixing
with
them.
that?
The
Absolutely.
MSB
Let's fix it.
feasibility, Nancy found this, the MSB feasibility study has to include cost upgrade option that includes repair of systems and scope required for purposes of code compliance, renovations and or additions of varying degrees to the existing buildings, and construction of a new building and evaluation of locations. So you have to look at all of them.
Well,
So
I
they
feel
may come
better
back
about
and
that.
say, yeah, they may come back and say, we'll support you to repair the school and not to build one big $80 million structure.
And maybe put an addition on, tear down the Cushing School. I mean,
Could be a number of things.
yeah.
So
No.
Andrew, so you don't want to do this because you want to go down a path of fixing our current school than getting a new one built? Is that,
I believe it's less expensive, based on their last study, the 2018 study, on how to fix those two schools and bring them up to full compliance. We're talking total about 24 million for those two schools, which is still less than if you get 50 back from 80. And it's not going to be 80. It's going to be over 100, because if you look at every other new school that's out there, you're looking at like 70, 80, 90. The new high school in Lowell is 300 million, but I think it's less expensive. It's more, we're not going to kick the can down the road and wait 5 years to do these projects. And if we go down this road and try to build a new school, some of those sewer projects won't be done. Some of those water projects won't be done. And some of these seawall projects won't be done. They just won't be, as a town, we won't be able to afford it. And so we're not
And
going
I
to
think
be able
that's
to
a valid
build.
concern, and I think there's been a lot of that's an additional discussion that has to be had with regards to timing. I totally agree with you there. Something that I think you also should consider is that fixing two schools, 400 less students, to your point, that's what you said, I'm using your number. Does that make economic sense? You're paying for two school staffs. We've got empty classrooms at Jenkins today. All the population studies are showing that we don't need 4. So that's also, I think, another reason why they're looking at one larger solution. That's my understanding.
And so now we'll have 2 empty school buildings that we have no idea what to do with.
well, one will go,
One.
the new
One will
one will
get
go
torn.
on the site.
And
They'll
the other
knock
one will
one.
get torn down
The other one
and
will get torn
attached to
down.
the athletic fields, the high school.
And the
I mean, you bring up a
And
good
you-
point,
and you
but I guess
redistrict, yeah.
I'd like to hear what the school committee and the school system thinks about this. I mean, it is option B, right? Option A is build new, option B is renovate what you have. And I'm fully support not spending $1 million on a feasibility study that you're not gonna use.
It seems like the die is cast towards this new, that the direction is going that way, and I just, well, when we know.
That's the risk you always run when, you know, if we have to go to a town meeting for an $80 million override and it fails, we've spent all this money, but we run that risk with every
Right.
major project.
We could spend the 1.1 on, start fixing it now. Start fix Cushing right now.
1.1 doesn't get you as much as you think. But it does, I get your point. It does do something. It does fix a few windows. I guess my only other point to add is, what's the flavor of the town? Right? Because typically these things fly through town meeting. You know, you've got a lot of young parents that want their kids to be in a new school, and it will pass.
Well, they sort of have to not be born yet, in a way.
It'll take 5 years.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we've all participated in those efforts.
yep. Yep.
Yeah, our vote is whether to recommend it or not, and it's up to the town meeting to allocate.
Well, I think if the results, if the feasibility study is truly done in a scientific, non-biased way, and they come back with the feasibility study people come back with a recommendation based on input that they get as a result of doing this, if they came up with, you know, a more palatable solution for this town, that you should renovate or add on to both to Hatherley School, I don't know. I mean, would that be a bad outcome? Or do we think this is simply going to result in tear it down, build new?
That's absolutely going to be tear it down,
gonna
build new.
build-
Absolutely, we all know that.
Yeah.
And is no one else afraid that the master plan and everything with resiliency won't happen because we can't afford it? I am. Front Street's gonna, and then we're gonna be blamed for not doing anything when we had the opportunity to say no right now. So we can have the money to do what we need to do, not want to do.
Well, that day's a lot of years down the road, and I think we are quite a bit ahead on our water treatment plans and in our sewer plans. And I would venture that all that needs to be taken into consideration by both boards, because people are going to choose water. They're going to choose water.
If they think it's an either or.
If they think it's an either or, right. So there have to be timing discussions as well.
Do we have a policy that we end at 11 o'clock?
Yep.
But we can vote to extend just like town meeting.
Just hang a towel over the clock so you can't see it. That's what they used to do at the
I
state
have
house.
a watch, I have a computer.
All right, well, let's vote. We understand the sides of it. It's, you know,
You want to wait for capital?
You can vote away for capital and
That'd be probably worth having
What
some
are they
other
gonna say?
voices, right? Just to hear what they have to say.
So Matthew's not going to vote on it, capital planning is fine, don't we?
When's
we
advisory
can wait, but
voting on
this
it?
isn't a,
Yeah.
capital plan is not going to shed any light. It's really whether you think,
they're
do
not
you want to take the next step towards a new school, or do you want to take this money and put it into reparations?
When does it go in front of advisory?
Thursday. Well, it'll be before Thursday, it'll be before advisory on Thursday. I do not think they'll take any action because capital planning has no time.
All right.
I would like to hear from the school committee.
Yeah.
We can have one meeting between now and when this warrant has to be published to have that happen, so that's your 10-5 meeting.
I mean, Andrew, would that be beneficial to you, to hear what their vision is?
Have the school committee come?
It's, sure, if that, I mean, I doubt I will change my mind, but I'm open to listening to more evidence otherwise. I get more frustrated the more I look at it.
stop looking at it.
Can we,
All right.
can we do that, Lorraine, and maybe put it early on the agenda so they can,
Have Superintendent Burkhead come in,
And
and
the
probably
school-
Dr. Dutch
And the school committee. Yeah.
You're not going to hear actually.
I'll talk to Bill tomorrow.
all right, so we need them to come in,
Article 5 is your capital article, capital
Yes.
improvement plan.
which I think we talked about all of that earlier with Chris Karsha.
No question.
Do you need you have a
I have
question?
no questions.
Oh,
I'm just
you don't.
announcing that.
Oh, okay.
Do we need a motion for approval?
I think
Yes.
so.
Make any further?
No, I lost my place.
Sorry. Move to approve Article 5, or the capital improvement plan as written in the warrant.
Second.
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries.
Article
Community-
6 is community preservation, which I think you're still going to wait on.
Yep.
7's been done, 8's been done. Lorraine, did we do 9, the master plan?
I think we
I
did.
think we did.
We did. So then 10 and 11, your 2 petition articles.
So,
We have a follow-up from the planning board on this,
on the
on
marijuana?
yeah, citizen petitions.
All right, so my understanding is that the petitioner is withdrawing Article which, 10 or 11?
11.
11.
He's right there if you want it.
Is that right? Yeah, and that's essentially to get the first question resolved
He's getting rid of.
before you go to the second part of it. Because if the first question doesn't work in your favor, why go through all the rest of it? Did I? Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah. The petitioner is withdrawing Article 11 because if Article 10 doesn't pass town meeting, there's no point in going forward with the rest of it.
But what if 10 does pass?
If 10 does pass, it gives the planning board opportunity to study what might be the ideal location.
And ZBA, I guess, if need be, so.
Okay.
It would just give the other town boards a chance to weigh in if the first article passes, Article 10. We don't need to vote on this, right? Because it goes anyway.
Well, we opine on it.
We decided
Yeah,
on which board it
yeah.
is. Can I ask one clarifying question?
Sure.
So I did listen to the discussion, and I apologize that I wasn't here that night, but the only thing I wasn't sure I understood was, so the way that Article 10 is written, it says, up to 3 marijuana dispensaries.
Up to 3 marijuana establishments.
Establishments,
Yes.
that's the difference, okay.
I'm sorry, could you
Because
just say your name for the
My
record?
name's Keith Saunders, I live on Summer Street.
Thank you.
So, but Mass General law, the way it's written, is that it's for dispensaries has the cap based on liquor licenses?
It is based on the number of, yes, carry-out liquor licenses in the town.
So whatever that cap, whether
It's
rounded to
20% and then rounded up for every partial, but that is the minimum. That's not the maximum. That the Cannabis Control Commission asks that if you end up with a partial, say Scituate has 7, 5 is 1, the second would, the additional 2, they ask that you round it up, so that would be 2. There is no requirement that Scituate would have a minimum of 3, but Scituate could have 3.
Okay, and the way you proposed it is, and then that
Did you
wouldn't
get that?
impact at all cultivation or anything else. So you're proposing it to cap all of the possible
Establishments,
businesses
yes, that are licensed by the Cannabis Control Commission, yes.
Thank you, I wasn't quite clear on that.
But that's the zoning one, right?
No, that's part of the general.
So,
Can I-
does the board have any questions, or yes?
I have one question. So you were just saying that it is not necessarily 3 could be the minimum, there could be more than 3? Is that what, did I misunderstand that?
We could choose to have as many as we wish.
So if it-
Under the statute, what Keith is saying is you can have as many as you wish. Under this, you'd be capped at 3.
At 3, right.
Yes.
Okay.
3 of any variety of the definition of establishment. Not 3 each, 3 total.
Right.
No, I understand that, but I'm missing something on, this limits it to 3, but it would be more than 3 if we did what?
If you just
If we just repeal.
repealed the prohibition, then you can have as many as you want. That's Keith's position, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in, I don't know how long. Because in our bylaws, our general bylaw is a prohibition. No marijuana except medical, basically is what it says. What is here doesn't address that, it doesn't take that out. So what this legislation does, it says notwithstanding any other law, which would be our bylaw, this is what the town can have.
Right, and you just pick 3 as the calculation on liquor stores rounding up type.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I'm sure sure you guys
Yes.
asked this and I missed it, but, so the way that this is written is you have to go to special legislation, which is just annoying that you have to do it, in the way it's written. Why wouldn't you seek to just repeal the bylaw, the prohibition?
That is actually an amendment that I've introduced to Jim Toomey that I'm waiting his response on, which basically would take all the original language of our proposal and then add on the preface that should the town choose to, the voters choose to, that would be enough unless there was some extenuating circumstance that the legislature or the court or whatever came in and said, no, you can't do this by town vote, you have to go to the legislature. So basically, just putting the town vote first and then building the legislative aspect in afterward. Yeah, as a backup, yes, instead of as the legislature primary.
It'd be up to the moderator whether it's beyond the scope or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, do we want to vote on this, whether we want
Sure.
to support it or not? Somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, can I make one more comment?
Yes. The clock is ticking.
Yeah, I know, it's way past bedtime. I think that it's an appropriate conversation to have with the community. It's been 3 years. Our objections at the beginning were, we didn't want to be guinea pigs, we didn't want to let the genie in the bottle, we knew, like all the things that were our, and, you know, we needed the police to know how to handle a new situation. I think those things have had time to be, I think we know now. It's been enough communities. I think the community has the right to weigh in on this. I don't support the going to the legislation. So as it's written right now, I don't think it's the right. I just don't think it's the right mechanism. I don't know. I'm a split vote because I think it should be before the town, but I can't support this one.
Well, it's got to be before the town, that's what you think.
Right. Oh, that's right. Citizen stuff. Yeah.
I'll make a motion not to support Article 10.
All right, motion not to support Article 10. All in favor of the motion not to
We need a
support?
second.
Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor of the motion not to support the petition article?
Aye.
Aye. 3, 2, I vote no.
No.
So it's Mr. Goodrich and Ms. Connolly who voted essentially in favor of supporting the article. I don't know how you put a negative motion. 3 voted
So Ms. Conley and Mr. Goodrich vote to support it.
to support it.
Okay.
3
Voted
people
yes,
voted
and
not to support it.
So the motion fails.
Correct. No, the
Oh, it's
motion.
not-
The motion carried.
Because it was a vote not to
Motion
support.
fails.
Yeah, we had a negative motion,
Yeah.
so,
Okay.
so the motion
It's just-
carries.
It's not a
because-
fail, it's to support or not to support.
Well,
Yeah, but that's what I'm confused. It's
Yeah.
to support or not support. He made a motion not to support.
correct. And 3,
Which passed.
Three vote not to
And
support,
so 3,
two vote to
yes.
support.
Correct.
3 yeses means no.
so the motion carried,
Passes not to support.
yes.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I think
If
we're saying the
Mr.
same
Saunders
thing.
has language that the moderator is going to approve, if you could get that to us early so the board would have a chance to consider whether or not
Absolutely.
they would support it with that additional language.
Absolutely, as soon as I get word back from him. And I also have some information, if I could pass it out to you folks, because we didn't really have much time to talk about the other extenuating circumstances, which is that Massachusetts has sold $1 billion in cannabis products
Thank you.
in the past
You know what?
8 months.
I'm tired. We're done.
We can read it.
We're done with this now.
Anytime you want.
You feel free, and if you could see the amount of paper we already have in front of us, I'm not trying to be impatient, but we need to move on.
Thank you. So.
And we don't need to do 11 because you're retracting it.
We have one more meeting before our vote would show up in the.
Your vote doesn't show up to me by this meeting.
Okay.
But we have to get the warrant posted. So, and that would be the last time you could make any,
Right, so we could vote and then we would report it at town meeting. Yeah, if we change.
any vote to be recommended.
Okay.
Moving on to the next.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Keep you so late. Discuss vote drain layers new license. Dwayne Hurt, Guaranteed Builders and Developers.
Let me find the page.
Move to approve the drain layers license to Dwayne Hurt, Guaranteed Builders and Developers.
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Discuss vote one-day wine and malt licenses.
Does anybody have any, can I do all these as one?
Yes, please.
Yep.
Move to approve a one-day wine and malt license to Joseph Norton for a private event on October 2nd, 2021, from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. at Mulaney's Fish Market at 8 Allen Place.
7.
What did I say?
9.
All right, 7. 7 to 11 p.m. Move to approve a one-day wine and malt license to Joseph Norton for a private event on October 23rd, 2021, from 7 p.m. until 11 p.m. at Mulaney's Fish Market and at 8 Allen Place. Move to approve a one-day wine and malt license to Michael Aprea for a private event on October 2nd from 6 p.m. until 11 p.m. at the Scituate Maritime Center at 119 Edward Foster Road. And lastly, move to approve a one-day wine and malt license to the Black Apron for a private event on September 25th from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. at the Scituate Maritime Center at 119 Edward Foster Road.
I'm sorry, Tony, so Michael Aprea one can only go 6 to 10, they can only have a 4-hour pour, and they can't have it after 10:30 based on our agreement with the neighborhood.
Okay, so I will change that
So
6 p.m. until 10 p.m.
Which one's that? Oh, the Maritime Center?
The Aprea.
The Aprea at the Maritime Center, yes.
Okay, gotcha. Second?
Second by Ms. Curran. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. Discuss vote board and committee appointments and renewals. Metropolitan Area Planning Council, we do have a motion.
Move to appoint Jim Boudreau to the Metropolitan Area Planning Council for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named.
Second?
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye. Move to appoint Kyle Boyd as an alternate to the Metropolitan Area Planning Council for a term of 3 years or until a successor is named.
Second?
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
I thought Elena Gulata was awesome. I think she'd be a great addition, especially with some of the expertise that's sitting on that DEI today. And I think she'll be able to help fast-track them with some direction on some policies to really look at, since she's been doing that for her company.
Yeah, that's great.
So
Second.
I don't know if you need any more discussion, but I'll move to appoint her if you all are so inclined.
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Let me say it properly. Move to appoint Elena Galata to the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for a term of 2 years or until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law and Lyme training program is completed within 30 days.
Second?
Second by Mr. Vignani. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. Thank you, and congratulations to our appointees.
Can we appoint Connor? I think we made it pretty clear that
Yeah.
he wanted that. All right, move to appoint Connor Doherty to the Beach Commission for is it 2 years or 3?
Probably 3.
For a term of 3 years until a successor is named and completion of the Conflict of Interest Law and Lyme training program is completed within 30 days.
Second.
Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye. And do
Motion
we need-
carries 5-0.
Do we need to talk about Matthew? I know
We can talk about Matthew too, except we haven't finished interviewing the coastal advisor.
Oh, we haven't? Okay.
We haven't finished interviewing the Sister City Iron.
Okay, we'll wait then.
So we might wait on that,
Okay.
but thank you for asking.
So next agenda item is liaison reports. Anyone going to offer one up?
Not,
I have not liaised in weeks, so.
I'm just going through correspondence.
No, I had to
know we
think.
have a few.
Is that optional?
I know, I can't think.
Carry correspondence to the next meeting.
Do you want, should we carry correspondence to next meeting?
Yes.
Probably.
I move that we do that.
So moved.
Approval of meeting minutes. Does someone have a motion with the dates?
Everyone's like,
Move to accept the meeting minutes for the select board meeting held on September 7th and a joint, oh, was I here? Was I here on the 7th? What day is today?
It's September 7th and September 15th.
That was the joint meeting, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, yes, September 7th, and the joint school committee meeting held on September 15th, 2021.
Second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Curran. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion
abstain.
carries 5-0. You, what?
I abstained, I wasn't there.
Wait, I was going to
Ms. Canfield
say,
is abstaining. Well,
Yeah.
we always,
I was on the 15th, but not the 7th, so yes.
but do I need to abstain, because I wasn't
Abstain on
there?
the 7th and.
someday we'll understand the difference between acceptance and approval. You can vote to accept minutes even if you weren't there. You're just accepting the minutes versus approval.
Karen abstained from the 7th and Maura abstained from the 15th.
Thank you.
All right.
So moved.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I second it. Second.
That's what I heard.
Second.
That's what I heard.
Okay. Adjourn and sign documents.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Oh, my God.